Okay, welcome everybody to our July 18th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and if we could do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Chair Madrone.
Here.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Here.
Supervisor Wilson.
Presente.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, all present, thank you. And continuing with a recent tradition, I'm asking someone from the audience to help lead us in the salute to the flag, and Vernon Price in the audience is going to help lead us in that today. Thank you, Vernon.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vernon. Thank you, everybody. Okay, and with that, CIO Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, good morning, Chair Madrone. We have one modification. Item D14 is being pulled for discussion.
Great, thank you very much. And so we'll go ahead and jump into our consent calendar and ask if any board members have any questions, clarifications in regards to what's still on the consent. I'm seeing none here. We'll go ahead and go to public comment. And in the Zoom, do we have any hands up at this point, Nikki?
Yes, we do, Chair Madrone. 5288.
Yes, great. Okay, 5288. This is your chance for public comment on the consent agenda. And if you'll please let us know which item you're speaking on, and you will have 3 minutes. And for those in Zoom, please turn off any audio feed you might have from the on our webpage, following along, because it has a delay, and you might miss your chance. So 5288, I see you've unmuted. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, good morning to all. And I was going to speak on item 14, which is the Veterans Hall project, but that will be speaking on just after this, is my understanding. For those who wish to participate, now is not this time to speak on that a little bit. So anyway, I did wish to make comment on item D8. The Sheriff's Department is finally able to move forward with the infrastructure for a better radio system. I think that was $542,000 and change. Actually, I think the money was approved, or the process was approved in 2021-22, and originally started, I remember, back in 2017, as the staff report said. The other thing I wish to bring forward was item D9. There's a $29,122,849 item on consent. And it sounds like some mistake was possibly made. I don't know. It says here, according to the staff report, the CAO shall prepare financial analysis on an annual basis, with a few caveats to that. And then it says the CAO did not include this analysis and recommendations as part of the budget process. Therefore, staff seeks approval today. Now, my understanding is that the auditor, not the auditor controller, but the tax collector has the money set aside. We have the money. I just wonder how many funds there are like this, and hopefully this won't happen in the future, where you can at least see that $29 million, is where it's going and when and how. That's important for you to understand the budgeting process. I'm not quite as optimistic. I know PERS is kind of a roll of the dice thing. According to this, they're supposed to save $167,000. But that's dependent upon PERS continuing on. It's very high, what I feel is a Ponzi scheme tax dealing with the stock market there. And right now there's people around that basically want them to pull all funds out of fossil fuels. Those have been one of the most profitable should that happen, and they invest in cylinders instead. You could see that being a negative factor rather than positive. You always have to look at both the positive and negative. I guess we're going to roll the dice and see what happens. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on these two consent items today.
Thank you very much, commenter. And I've got one more hand up in the Zoom. And then I'm actually going to retract just a bit, and we're going to come back and we're going to read the retirement resolution for Ann Holcomb, as well as, and then after that, we'll get all the public comment on that. I know there's many here today that want to support Ann in her retirement. And then we'll also have item number 4, the Disability Pride Month proclamation by Supervisor Arroyo. And so we'll go to the one more person in Zoom, and then we'll come back here to the audience in person. And that is 3053, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here, speaking as myself. I thought I heard Kent speak before me talking about item 14, if it was pulled. Those of us following along on Zoom, we didn't hear it officially pulled. I mean, we saw something on social media, so it'd be nice for the public if it was pulled that it's announced who pulled it. Those kind of things. If I was a betting person, I would say it's probably Wilson, but I could be wrong, and apologies if I'm wrong. As far as item number 12 and 13, I appreciate that those are items that you have talked about in the past, supported as a majority of the board, and are leaving on consent. So I look forward to the opportunity to speak on 14 when it comes about. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. Yes, D14 has been pulled for discussion. So thank you for that request for clarification. And so we'll bring it back here to the audience here, and I'm going to go to Supervisor Arroyo to read the retirement resolution for Ann Holcomb.
Great. Would you like to come on up? This is a resolution in honoring all of your years of work. So whereas Ann Holcomb devoted 22 years as Executive Director of Food for People, the food bank for Humboldt County, expanding its scope to operate 18 unique countywide programs for people of all ages at more than 85 locations, including the Backpacks for Kids Weekend Hunger Relief Program, Children's Summer Lunch and Food Box Program, Mobile Produce Pantry, Free Produce Markets, Senior and Homebound Programs, a large network of pantries for localized response, nutrition education, and CalFresh outreach to increase access to food resources. And whereas Ann positioned Food for People as one of the most creative food banks in the state, engaged in warehousing, trucking, and diverse direct services that reach the far corners of our rural county. And whereas Ann has put nutrition at the forefront of all food distribution programs, increasing households' access to fresh food, fruits and vegetables, and high-quality nutritious foods that support good health. And whereas Ann developed Food for People's ability to prepare for and respond to natural disasters with emergency food and water as quickly as possible. And whereas Ann led a successful capital campaign and construction project resulting in an attractive, well-designed new food bank, warehouse, and office facility that will serve the community for years to come, but that she was only able to enjoy working in for a month before retiring. I like that that's part of the resolution. And whereas Ann ensured an environment of dignity, respect, and compassion throughout the food bank community, and whereas Ann served as a generous mentor and collaborator for staff, community partners, and statewide allies in hunger relief, and whereas Ann stood up as an advocate for programs and policies that support hunger relief and address the root causes of hunger and poverty, and whereas Ann devoted her career to leading with heart, kindness, respect, integrity, skill, precision, and a fantastic sense of humor. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby commends Ann Holcomb on her long career of service to the people of Humboldt County and wishes her a happy, healthy, and long, well-deserved retirement.
Oh my gosh, this is very humbling. I never anticipated this, so much for fading off into the sunset quietly. It has really been my distinct honor to be part of this community and serve here. A little over, almost 23 years ago now, I moved here from what I thought was a very rural community in Maine to be close to my family who had moved out here to go to HSU and started lives and families here. And then in reflecting on that, it's like in the community I grew up in, which was small town, Boston was an hour and a half away. And when I look at the rural nature of Humboldt County, an hour and a half from here, you're in Shelter Cove or Wichipec or Crescent City. So it's a little bit different. But I think that's what has made this county so unique and has really driven the focus of our services. In order to survive here, you have to be creative, you have to be resilient, you have to be kind of scrappy, and you have to engage with a wide range of partners that you may not all vote the same or think the same about different things, but the one thing you care about is that our community is what's important, and caring for each other as community is important. So there are so many people to thank who've trusted me. When I was hired, I had never set foot in a food bank before, so I think that was a bit of a leap in many respects, but you know, learning about forklifts and trucks and refrigeration and all that stuff has been kind of fun, actually. I definitely want to thank my family. My son and daughter-in-law are here. They've been very supportive of this move and everything that I've been involved with, even when it meant I couldn't make certain family events at times. I've been privileged to work with so many different wonderful staff and volunteers, many of whom have been around for a couple of decades with Food for People. And just the level of partnerships that have been created are amazing to me. I'm really proud of the work that we've accomplished. Food banking is tough work, but it's about taking care of each other on a basic human level. And my gratitude, I'm sure I'm leaving out something important that I thought last night was going to be very important to say, but thank you so much for this honor. It really means a lot to me. And I know that the beautiful new building that we've constructed, and we're in debt-free, thank goodness, which is a huge accomplishment, is going to serve this community very well into the future. And I know Carly Robbins, as our new ED, is going to be guiding that ship in all these positive directions. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
And thanks for everything. I think the most important thing you did was, I mean, we were talking earlier about Backpack for Kids and so many other things, and the fundraisers and all the service clubs that have bought in and stayed in because of what you do. But I think one of the most important things is your staff and the succession of Carly taking over as ED. I mean, such a vibrant person to take over. You know what they always say, big shoes. Big shoes. Well, I think she's probably going to be able to at least put them on and then fill them up as she goes. But she's done a great job, and I think mentoring her along the way is a big thing. So, thanks. I don't think you're going anywhere. You're still going to be around. So, I mean, you might even get a few volunteer hours out of you.
Requests are already coming in.
That's great. Anybody from the audience who would like to come up and speak on this specific item honoring Ann, please come forward. Welcome.
Good morning. Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. Thank you, Supervisor Arroyo, for this, wonderful resolution, so much deserved. I made some notes here because it's so important to me that it's acknowledged. Under Ann's leadership, Food for People has been one of DHHS's strongest allies and partners. I want to note for your board that Ann and Food for People have helped bring millions of dollars into this community. In 1 year alone, Food for People helped us pre-screen almost 17,000 households for CalFresh benefits. USDA has shown that every dollar in CalFresh benefits generates about $1.79 in local economic benefit. Their reach into the very rural places of Humboldt County is unmatched. We couldn't do this work without Food for People, and I want to thank Ann for her leadership, her partnership, and for just being a wonderful human being. Best of everything. So well deserved, Ann. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Arroyo, and our Chairman Madrone, with our Vice Chair Rex Bohn, and Supervisor Bushnell, Supervisor Wilson. This is a grand day for a grand lady of our Humboldt County. Our Ann Holcomb goes down in history as a fabulous senior lady of quality, wisdom, and nice. And we must do all we can, people of the next generations, to possibly join her in this pursuit of never another hungry person on the planet, in our county, on the streets of Eureka, Arcata, McKinleyville, Fortuna, Scotia to Trinidad, wherever we can, making sure if someone is seated on the sidewalk with a crimson blanket and tangerine color on their faces without a change of clothing and a backpack, or even, as I saw in Arcata, we'll be there for them. And what a great legacy we have to secure solid shoulders to stand on and view out the best efforts we can in lifting our very own in better and better ways. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, folks of our Humboldt County. And thank you, great state of California and our USA, for providing the funds and vision and hope that today and every day is going to be better and better for living in one of the blessed, most wonderful places on the planet to enjoy.
Thank you. Anyone else choose to come on? Please come on up. Yes. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Carly Robbins, new Executive Director for Food for People. I just wanted to say, from a staff perspective, just how much we have enjoyed working with Ann and want to honor her legacy. I started working at Food for People 8 years ago, and one of the first things I did was go to a conference with this California Association of Food Banks, and it was then that I realized how unique Food for People is, even among other food banks. The direct distribution we do focus on nutrition while also doing all of the freight, trucking, food banking is really unique. And I want to just point out that it's Ann's leadership, creativity that really led us to this place. So a big thank you to Ann for everything she's built. I know the staff appreciate where we're at, and it's all because of her. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Supervisor, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Vernon Price, and I have a few things to say about Director Holcomb. When I first came to this community, I was unhoused, but yet I met Mrs. Director Holcomb, and I was treated with respect and integrity and dignity beyond second to none, not just through her, but her staff. Always has treated, I've seen people treated with respect. So it's under her leadership and direction. Not only has she fed people, but she's also treated people with respect when other people didn't. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, Gary Bird, member of the Board of Directors for Food for People. I just want to join the chorus of people that are expressing their thanks to Ann. And in addition to all of her work in building sustainable programs at Food for People and providing a safety net for the people we serve, I think perhaps one of her greatest legacies is that she was able, under her leadership, to steer our wonderful staff and a group of volunteers and management team through a pandemic. And at the same time, surviving the loss and rebuilding of our main facility and administrative offices. So I think Ann has clearly left the organization stronger than when she came in and when she found it. And of course, that just provides for better services for the community that we serve. So thank you, Ann, for everything that you've done, and I'm sure that we're all very confident in Carly's skills and ability to carry the organization forward. And lastly, I just want to thank the board for your longstanding support, because certainly without your support, we wouldn't be as strong as we are today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I will say that, go ahead, please. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Driscoll here with Congressman Jared Huffman's office, and it's great to be here on Congressman Huffman's behalf. I'm not sure if I can direct my comments toward Ann.
Yes, you
Okay,
can.
wonderful.
Thanks for asking, because normally we don't, but yes,
I understand.
please.
And Congressman Huffman is just has really enjoyed working with you over the years here. He's always been incredibly impressed by you, the organization of Food for People, your amazing staff, and your volunteers. You really, kind of personify what a leader is supposed to be, and someone who helps lift people up at all times, and you've done that over and over. And I think, one of the most impressive feats of that leadership was during just prior to the pandemic, having this catastrophic event at the food bank, and what was it, a month later, you literally were having lockdowns and massive social disruption that really required Food for People to step up, but from that really weakened position. But instead of kind of faltering, you really brought it up to where it needed to be and beyond, and was able to really carry through so many people who otherwise would have really fallen by the wayside and really had a lot of trouble. So that was just incredible. And then to be able to work with your staff, work with the community, work with the board to rebuild in such a way that that food bank will be available for people for years and years to come, and be able to serve them incredibly well, both in the day-to-day, but also during new crises that are bound to be there. It's really an incredible feat, and I think you've done really well. I think you've also brought up a wonderful person in Carly to take the reins from you, and that's another key part of leadership, right? Is bringing up the next person. I've seen a lot of organizations fail when an amazing person didn't do that, and that organization kind of ceased to exist without them. That's definitely not what's happening here. So that's a great thing. So Congressman Huffman asked me to present you with this congressional record statement honoring you, and so this will be read into the congressional record and be part of that for all time. Thank you, Ann.
Ann, can you come on up, please? Yeah.
Thank you for all you've done. Yeah. All right. Let me know if you ever need anything.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys want to turn around and show that photo?
Thank you. Nice, wonderful. Thank you, John, and please thank the congressman as well. That's wonderful. Anybody else? Yes, please.
Good morning, board and everyone, friends, Ann. I'm Laura Olson. I'm the executive director of the Patricia D. and William B. Smullen Foundation. And I just wanted to add a funder's perspective to all of the amazing comments about Ann and her career here in Humboldt County. When I first joined Humboldt Area Foundation as a program officer, my visit to Ann at the food bank was one of my first. She had just started, and we made a grant to them, a small grant to them back then, and in the early 2000s, and have made I've made dozens since then because of her integrity and the way that she operates to serve so many people and get the most out of every dollar. And so we recently made a large, our largest grant ever, the Smullen Foundation, to the food bank for this capital campaign. But that's a culmination of a long, long relationship with Ann, and that's turned to a friendship. Ann has been on dozens of committees over the 20-some years that we have worked together, including most recently our relaunching of the Nonprofit Association here locally, and also the Community Organizations Active in Disaster, which is a very important organization that she's been really working hard at for a long time. So anyway, again, my appreciation for the many years, and ditto to what everyone here has said. Ann is an amazing person, and it's been an honor to work with her.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Darlene Spohr from Arcata House Partnership. There's just not enough words to thank Ann for all that she's done for this community and for partners. You were the first to welcome me when I became a service provider here in Humboldt County, and I will never forget that. But over the years, your partnership, your mentorship has gone a long way, not just for Arcata House Partnership, but for other social service organizations. You've brought us together. You've supported us as we've expanded our opportunities to provide food and nourishment and education to people throughout the community. So I think your efforts, your kindness has gone far beyond the food bank and has reached thousands and thousands of people through other organizations because of who you are and what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I'll just add that excuse me? Thanks. Watching Food for People operate on a daily basis, but in particular during the emergencies, the Rio Del earthquake, the fires out in Willow Creek, and seeing your amazing crew of people pull up with their truck and start unloading the food, and people in the community are there and they start crying. I mean, literally, because they're not sure how they're going to make ends meet, but there's food for people, and it gives me a little bit of shivers just even thinking about those faces that I've seen out in the community and how you've changed people's lives at such a crucial moment of what am I going to do? And there's food for people and all the partners in the community. So thank you so much for your service. And I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I haven't had the opportunity to work with you, I think, as much as some have, or to get to know you personally. But Food for People, what it means to Humboldt County and surrounding areas and the rural areas. I see food deliveries in my very rural town of Blocksburg, where I live, and Redway, and Shelter Cove. And I'm just so thankful because having food insecurities is not something anybody should have to worry about. And the earthquakes in Rio Del, people's refrigerators were out for a week. And if having to replace that food is so expensive, and it isn't feasible for a lot of families, for most actually. And so I just really appreciate you and Food for People and all the partners, and want to say congratulations and thank you for your commitment to Humboldt County.
Great. Supervisor Wilson.
Likewise, I want to echo all the praise with relationship to the work that's been done. And I think we see Food for People on the sort of the delivery end of things for the most part. But I want to emphasize that food banks, and especially Food for People, it's a logistical masterpiece. I just have to put out there that I think people don't understand the behind the scenes logistics and around moving food and even sometimes perishables and those sorts in a network of actually food banks, and the connectivity where the sources of food come from is just really incredible. And so anyone who can do this work and do it in this way, the minds that it takes to do this are just something really incredible. And I just want to really thank you for that hard work, because it is not easy. Little plug here: if you ever listen to the podcast Planet Money, they actually do a segment on food banks, and it will really impress you with what it's not just that, it's also the micro and macroeconomics of moving these products around is just incredible. And I just have to say, like, that we see the delivery, and we love the delivery with relationship to that, and heartfelt in what it is, but the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes is just incredible, and I just want to really thank you for that part of it. Really. So.
All right, Supervisor Bohn, final comment here.
So at the end of the day, after we get through doing all this, they've got through a wonderful, fundraising, a new building, and everything else, but it is far from over. They still need your donations. They need your help more than ever. Their volumes are up 30, 40, 50% from what they were 5 years ago. Food insecurities are up way into the double digits. So if you're wondering to yourself, who could I donate to? And I know I always call Carly and say, I've got somebody who wants to donate some money. It's always the first one on my list, just for the reason is for those food insecurities. So at the end of the day, appreciate Ann. And I would suggest everybody out there make a donation in Ann's behalf, not memory. That sounds so, but and she'll be there to count it because we're gonna get some volunteers. But make a donation for everything. If she's helped a neighbor, a friend, or just what you've heard today has made Food for People needs money to pay the bills. And this is, if we're going to end it with anything, make a donation.
Very well said. And I'm going to break protocol a little bit. I see that one of our commenters on Zoom, who I only gave 2 minutes, or he only used 2 minutes. I'm going to give him 1 minute because I know he wants to also comment and thank Ann. So 5288, you can press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 1 minute to finish out your 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you for my 1 minute. Yes, this is one of the true successes, one of the few I feel that our government has, and actually it's not the government doing it. Maybe that's why it is. So I did wish to thank Ann. My first recollection of these kind of things was somebody gave me some pieces of blocks of cheese they used to get, and that's all they used to get. Come get your block of cheese, where the people can, and it's so much better now. I go down and watch what happens out there at the food bank when they have distribution. People are happy. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you very much for my 1 minute to thank you.
Thank you, commenter. Well, this has been wonderful, and again, thank you, Ann, so much for all your hard work, and everybody at Food for People, the board members, the staff, the community. Thank you. And next, we'll go to the Disability Pride Month proclamation and ask Supervisor Arroyo to read that, please.
Great, and we have a couple of folks here to receive this. We have Alyssa from Tri-County Independent Living and Rita from California Mentor. If you would both come on up, and I'll read this aloud and then hand you a copy, and you're welcome to make comments after that. Welcome. All right. Whereas July is the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, which was passed by the United States Congress on July 26, 1990, to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities. And whereas the ADA prohibits discrimination based on disability, requires that employers provide reasonable accommodations, is designed so that public accommodations meet accessibility requirements, and is recognized as one of the most important civil rights laws in history. And whereas disability is an important part of human diversity, and whereas disability pride enables people with disabilities to redefine unique and shared experiences as points of self-worth, serves as a tool to tackle structural challenges, bias, and discrimination, and reshapes false negative perceptions of individuals with disabilities as people with value, talents, and significance. And whereas Disability Pride Month is recognized and celebrated in many other cities in California and throughout the United States, and whereas whereas Eureka's second annual Disability Pride Fest is scheduled for July 22nd, 2023, with activities throughout the area. And whereas within Humboldt County, many organizations support and provide advocacy for persons with all different kinds of disabilities as an expression of our commitment to inclusivity and to honoring the needs of every person. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims July 23rd as Disability Month in Humboldt County, Disability Pride Month in Humboldt County. Thank you, and please feel free to make comments.
Okay, I want to say something. Yeah. Okay. California Mentor has served adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities within this community for over 20 years. We match adults to local families who open their heart and their homes. We really enjoy the work we do with this population and are grateful to be recognized today. Thank you for the recommendation to adopt June as Disability Pride Month.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. As an individual with a developmental disability, I work in the community at Tri-County Independent Living. I am the community advocate, and every day we work to increase access to lives, access to liberty, and access to justice for people living with disabilities. 27%, or roughly 1 in 4 Americans, has some sort of a disability. Most likely you will experience some sort of a disability some point in your life, whether acquired or by birth. And when it comes down to being able to have access to your life, you're going to hope for a lot more supports than there currently are. It's a truth, and it's a sad truth, but we do the best we can, and we want to be able to celebrate what we have and where we could possibly go, which is why we're interested in disability pride, and why Elizabeth Hassler of Redwood Coast Regional Center, Councilwoman Leslie Constellano, who is also the executive director of Ink People and also the owner of Synapses, and is providing a space for it. And then, you know, myself of Tri-County Independent Living, and everyone who lives with a disability in the community are invited to come together this Saturday at 2 p.m. at Synapses to hear speakers on disability pride, what disability pride means to them, and to be able to speak up and be able to express what they need in life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any additional comments on anything on the consent agenda from those in the audience today? If so, please come forward to the podium. Welcome.
Steve Davis, your idea man from Mactown, with a Master of Arts in Communication, with fabulous childhood, excellent parents, wonderful place to live here in our Humboldt County, experiencing disabilities where just an inch too low over a sidewalk that I stumbled and fell on the streets of Eureka. Fortunately, I could get up again, but some people don't. And as we age, our disabilities can happen slowly or quickly from no fault of our own. And so I am honored and humbled and blessed to add my voice to Disability Pride Month in July here for our Humboldt County and beyond. And I found out about it this morning, checking my emails, and here was Ink People with an excellent design telling me about our celebrations, including synapses and opportunities to include everyone in an egalitarian way, that we are all connected and we need to be there for each other in celebrations and support for our abilities and our possibilities of organized governments and people of faith that can roll in wheelchairs into spaces and places that provide joy and services like healthy food and places where you can refresh yourself if need be. And I'm really hoping more and still more people who, there's reported 100 million people in the United States of America right now that need extra assistance just to get out of severe heat and to some place air conditioned and nice. Thank you, friends, for making this a celebration worthy of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I believe we're at the end of that part of our meeting, and we'll bring it back here to the board for a motion on consent agenda.
Move consent minus D14.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Arroyo. And we don't have a voting tab up for one, so we'll do a roll call.
Because you're still off, right? I hadn't started.
I think
the
I'm
tab yet.
I'm
Let's
on,
see.
but now he's off.
Oh, you're off. You're off.
Yeah,
Okay, I got you. Sorry. Okay, so let me take a roll call. So we'll start with you, Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell. Yes. Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, great. Moving along on our agenda, next is items pulled from consent, and we have item D14. And I see that Director Mattson is here to present, but first Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'll just put out there, I did ask this one to get pulled for discussion. And it just basically tees off of the discussion that we had the last time this item came to our board. And just, just to, I know there's some anxiety around this, so just to put everyone's anxiety to rest, I don't believe that I believe that we will pass a contract today to move forward with architectural planning. I don't think that's not the issue. The issue or the questions that I have are around where we might be plugging in to seek funding partners as we move forward for this. And as we just saw, Inc. people came in and gave a great presentation, did a lot of work. They're walking out of that building debt-free due to seeking partnerships for funding and those sorts of things. I know, Food for People, sorry, Food for People. Thank you very much for the correction. It's one of those mornings. I'm only a half a cup of coffee into here. So in that, I think that we also owe it to our, citizenry as a whole in the county to make sure that we are reducing the debt on something like this. Because right now, the plan is for financing this at the tune of something between probably $3 and $3.5 million. That, as far as I can tell, with the interest rates as we see it, is probably 20 years of $250,000 a year to that effect, or something around $14,000 a month or something like that, including all the stuff. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at programming elements to this that are pretty broad in the moment. And when I was looking at and there has been talk, I've heard, when folks came to talk about this before, there was, requests and needs for commercial kitchens and dance floors, which I think were, these things a lot of things that existed in some form in the prior building, but don't exist now, as well as counseling areas and being able to be ready for a cold weather shelter and those sorts of things. And so what I'm trying to get to is a place where if we're programming all of these things that have a lot of external touch points with relationships to other potential partner agencies, can we, in the upfront, as we do the planning around this, really be reaching out to see if there is funding available to help us do all of those things? Because right now, this is really kind of the only real new building that we're talking about financing in the near future in the county, and maybe the CAO can correct me on that, except for maybe the jail extension right now. So, in terms of our financing plan. So, anyways, I just hear all kinds of mumbling over here, and I'm trying to sorry, it's really distracting.
Let's wait till called upon, please, folks.
So that's just sort of the preamble of this. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can offer or not only help give direction to figure out ways for partnering on funding, but also ways that maybe we can be also assisting in that as well. And that's just sort of that's sort of where I was coming from, what kind of discussion I kind of wanted to have around this. And so, Tom, I'll let you take it from there. And I appreciate you guys coming here to have a bit of this conversation.
Director Mattson.
Good morning, Chair Madrone, members of the board, Tom Matson, Director of Public Works. The subject this morning is really just the award of the architectural contract. What you're talking about, we don't have that specialty in Public Works. I don't have a recruiter that goes around trying to get private sector funds to help public sector buildings. That's something we can, look into. But really, that's a special job. Doing that kind of fundraising is really a special job. It's more than just being an engineer. It's being the kind of person who can get out in the community, can meet with all the different groups. We just don't have that capability within Public Works, frankly. I don't know if it probably exists within the county somewhere. I think it's a good idea, but I don't think I think it's something we need to come back and discuss with the board on a completely separate agenda item related to that kind of focus. Frankly, this is really related right down to awarding the architectural contract. I know you have a lot of questions and you'd like to come back and consider an ad hoc committee and things like that, but I think that needs to be in a separate agenda item so we can have a real full discussion on it and get the board direction of where we want to go on that kind of approach.
Supervisor Wilson?
And if I may, when this is an architectural contract, and the reason I feel like this is a place where you have that nexus is because this is where you do the programming element of that. In order to do the programming element of a new structure, you have to reach out to find out what it is the structure will be used for, the needs assessment, essentially, in a space within a community. And for instance, this is a community that has commercial spaces and it has these other things that it's definitely within that context. But what I'm speaking to is if that needs assessment and that programmatic element is looking at things like that will have a nexus with DHHS or with OES in terms of like offering spaces for those things, or with Veterans Administration, if in those moments we're asking programmatically to design for those potential programs to be in that space, that's the moment when we ask those programs and those partners, do you have funding to assist in the capital part of that? Because that's where generally you get funding. You don't get funding programmatically, in terms of these buildings. This is the moment when we do that. And so either it's done and it's not really specifically called out in the architectural contract, right? And so this is the place where either we ask for that from the architect or from the community or from our staff, but I feel like this is the moment when we do that on this project, and that's why I'm bringing it up. And we can say, well, we'll just hands off, just let her ride, or we can, seek to do some of that outreach during the program planning. Otherwise, it's just drawing lines on a paper and guessing. So that was my response, and so maybe you could help me out.
Okay, so that gives me a little bit better approach and understanding, because the veterans are basically our client. They're the ones that are telling us what they need, what they would like to have, and we can certainly follow up with them and discuss if they're talking about different things that have different possible funding sources. That's certainly something we can discuss through them and follow up with some of the other agencies that are out there during the programming process.
And again, this is a good conversation. I'm glad we're having this in the open. So they're our client, but we are the owner of the structure, and we're responsible for its maintenance and upkeep. And I'm just saying, and what I've heard that the expectation is that we're building this in to meet these programmatic needs, including the ability of the veterans to generate income from the building. Okay, so I'm just saying, but we also should, when I say we, the entire county as owners of this structure also have, a responsibility to not only maintain it and do all those things, but also be fiscally responsible to everybody in this situation. And so I'm just trying to figure out, it's like they may be sort of part of the programmatic needs of this, but I think if our programs are planning on using that space, like I've been, heard that there's a need for, cold weather shelter and other things, then I think we have some responsibility in that design criteria as well as an institution. It's just not just on, certainly it's primary around vets, but I'm just saying if the idea is that it has multiple uses, then we are responsible to the entire community in that regard, if that's who's going to be using it, if that's the intention. If the intention is the entire community is going to be using it, including all these programs, then I think we should be responsible to that. And do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I see exactly where you're going, and it's something we can do during the programming, is do that outreach. But
that ends my outlay of concern and request with relationship to this. So,
all right, thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I want to say, since this item came, I think it was about a year and a half ago, and was approved by everyone on this board except for Natalie, was then Virginia. There has been a lot of outreach in the community and community meetings. Sean has came down, I don't know, probably every month for 14 months. And we have identified, I've been to probably over half of those. And yes, this is a county-owned building, but it is a replacement of the Veterans Building that the county didn't do the maintenance on, and now that they've been unhoused for 10 years. In the discussions around the facility and what it could do for the community, that concept has came up that it could be used for, what was it used for previously? And from there, the veterans have disclosed to us what the building was used previously for, and how they could get rents to pay, the utilities and pay those types of things that require, of the building that's required from them. In that outreach, we have talked about a cold weather shelter because it would be a county facility, possibly an emergency shelter for PSPSs that happen down there, or any kind of emergency shelter. So I don't think that work hasn't been done, Supervisor Wilson. I think that you're wanting to know if we've reached out to those entities to see if there's possibly funding sources. I don't know that has been asked. I know that, DHHS could say, well, there's, if the facility is built and it's a county facility, then we would use that for that purpose. But last winter, DHHS had to rent a facility to do that cold weather shelter in that month and a half or 2 months worth of snow down there. So I don't want to prolong this, and the contract signing, if it doesn't get signed because you want more work to be done, is going to prolong it. And that is something I don't want to see, and the community doesn't want to see. And I appreciate all the work that's been done so far with the partners in that community, with Sean, with Public Works, and the community is very excited to have this facility back down there, hopefully sooner than later.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, thank you. I was not able to be part of this conversation last time, so I appreciate the chance to participate this time around. And, as a fellow veteran, I think, having a space for veterans is really important, and I appreciate all the things that this can provide for the community. And I also can appreciate the comment around, seeking additional funding. And I know that, the Eureka Veterans Hall, the county participated in that project, but there was another, I think, $7 million of grant funding from the Office of Emergency Services that helped with that. And similar to the Garberville facility, it was in disrepair for many years, and then had to be closed to the public as a result. And so I see some parallels there. And in looking through some of the state and federal earmark opportunities, I noticed that this year the Trinity County got $1.5 million for
a Veterans Memorial Hall, and a couple of other communities got a smaller amount that comes from the Department of Veterans Affairs. And that money can't go to other projects. So I am curious whether we have explored an earmark from Department of Veterans Affairs for this project, since, again, that funding really only goes to facilities and programs for veterans. Have we looked at that in the past?
Director Mattson?
I have not looked at that, no. The grant earmarks that we have been doing for Public Works have been specific to roads and trails. Those are hugely underfunded by the county, not the veterans buildings. You can only apply for so many earmarks, and you will only get a certain amount. And so if the board wishes to prioritize that, we could do that for the next round. But I would highly recommend we stick with trying to get funds for our roads, because we have $500 million in deferred maintenance on our roads, much, much less on our buildings. That's just my comment on that. No, we have not explored that, and it would have to compete with all the other county priorities that everybody puts together for the earmarks, because we are only going to get a certain amount of earmarks, and we definitely as a county have to prioritize what we put in for. If it's the board's priority to put in for a vets building, that would be your direction to us, and we would do that. But I would recommend we stick with, for at least for Public Works, we stick with roads, because we cannot close that $500 million gap.
I didn't have a ton of time to reach out to people from Department of Veterans Affairs, but I, in the limited amount of time I did hear that those are, I'll admit, I don't know a ton about how earmarks work. And so I believe, that we will only be considered for a certain number, but it sounded like those funds are a little bit different. And so I'd be curious to explore that. I don't personally see the need to hold up this stage of the process, but if concurrently we can find out a little bit more about that and whether that really does compete with other funding streams, that would be that'd be something I'm certainly interested in, just because I think when it comes to programs for and supports for veterans, I know again, as a fellow veteran, often those are in their own pot. And I would be curious to see if that will put us out of the running for other potential earmarks. So I think it's worth exploring.
We can certainly look into that.
Supervisor Wilson.
And likewise, if we're looking for, resiliency elements to this, and I know we have our OES officer here in the chambers today, I would want to make sure that if we're seeking to design for resiliency related to emergency services, honestly, I really believe that all our vets halls should be prepared for service to the community under emergency situations. And I think that this can be a forefront to that. I think that you have a group of people who have done great service, want to do more service. That's why they're part of these community organizations. And we have these facilities that could provide that. And so I think that, again, maybe also reaching out to OES through our county department, and then also through DHHS, if there are counseling services to be rendered, that might be done in this facility and with relationship to our, I'm just saying, like, the specific organizations that maybe, have some nexus to this facility might have some, not just, funding, but some suggestions on how to make the building shovel ready for those funding streams. I feel bad that if it makes it more work for the staff a bit on the upfront, but I mean, I just feel like we can't just ignore the potential for those opportunities in the rush to get something done. We want to get done a great project, but we also want to relieve all of our debt associated with this, in the long run. So when you're saying like an earmark, this earmark, a particular earmark that actually relieves us of hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt for a 20-year period is a significant thing to think about. And so again, that's just this conversation. I'd like to, if there's other comments on this, I'm happy to have.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. While I appreciate the conversation, I want to, Sean, when we've had our meetings, and I know this goes around the funding source, Mike, but all of those considerations have been talked about. I've talked to Sean about, I feel that OES would use this facility, and so we need to incorporate that into the architect design, which none of that work can really happen until we sign this contract. And also with DHHS, Sean and I talked about what would we need for a cold weather shelter or even a cooling shelter if, you know, it's 110 down there. And those types of things. Once again, it's early conversations because we don't have a contract with the architect firm, and so we haven't been able to really work through any of that or even have the reach out to say, hey, what do you think about this or what do you think about that? I know we talked about, well, once we get the contract signed, then we can talk about solar panels, we can talk about the emergency generator, that type of things that would require this facility to be a multi-use facility and not just the Veterans Hall, but most importantly, the Veterans Hall. And so I hear what you're saying. However, I do want to give credit to the community and the people that have already been working a year on this and have included those things and thought about beyond just a venue and what it could mean to the community down there for those types of services. I know I've had almost a weekly call or email with Sean saying, well, what about this idea and what about that and how do we incorporate this in there? So while I do appreciate it, and you know, fiscally that's our job, I once again am going to reiterate that I don't want to hold this process up, and I don't think until we get a contract signed with an architect firm that we can start diving into that, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Good discussion, and short form, it sounds like we want to try and find as much money as we can to help out. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, yeah, I think I think I was the only one sitting up here when the decision to close down the Vets Hall back in 2016. I don't remember that far back, but we looked at, you know, trying to clean the mold. We trying to do this, trying to do that. And we had a lot of community groups that came forward, and the community groups that were using it then were using the space that was there, the kitchen that was there. We didn't have to, there was no redesign from when was that built? 1955, 58, 50, 60? And so the idea, does it become a central point in a small community? Yeah. Look at Ferndale. Ferndale's in dire need, and Public Works has been putting that together. It's where Arcata has got a lot of work and needs more work. The problem being with our Vets Halls, they're old buildings. I mean, so when you get old, I can tell you need a lot of work. So, I mean, as we move forward, what we need to do is, we've been talking about this since 2013, the leaky windows, the leaky roof. This has been, and if we would have jumped on it back then, our construction costs and everything else would have been, if we would have jumped on it in 2016, we'd have jumped on it in 2018. But we have this wonderful knack of stretching things out forever, thinking maybe the squeaky wheel will go away. Well, it hasn't. And much to the benefit for Estelle Fennell for kicking the can forward instead of backward or down the road to make this happen. So then when Supervisor Bushnell came on, she embraced it because she was already involved with it, you know, with Estelle's drive, and we said we were going to do something. And now we're sitting here in 2023 saying, hey, we should do something. This is the first stage. We did an architect. There's been, I don't know what this is costing, having a meeting once a month down there to tell the vets, yeah, we're working on it. But there has been so much discussion, so much everything on everything we do. My biggest concern, and it didn't come up earlier, and I was going to bring it up, and it's nothing, no reflection on building or anything else, but we just agreed to another improvement on the ADA to the jail. $400,000 worth of add-ons on $1 million project. So if we're going to start adding 40% to every project we do, hang on when we do the jail. Hang on when we do any of this. But we were adamant when we were working on the fairgrounds that we do not go over $1 million. That's it, no more. And maybe we should be that adamant on all our projects as we move forward. I don't know if that's possible. But with that said, if we get known as the county that bid low and then you can get it back in extras, we're going to find, and that's going to be an issue. So we need to, we're worrying about what kind of frosting we're going to put on this cake, and we can't even get the damn cake built. So what I'm saying is we sign the architecture like they're saying, and like Tom is saying, if we want to, then we need to work with Connie, work with, you know, because it was used as a shelter before. It can be used again. I mean, and I don't know how we do that, but you have to understand at the end of the day, it's a multifunction building, but it's a veterans hall. And what, like you said, do we have to have, you know, the counseling, I think, was just for veterans. Because DHHS has offices in Garberville for I believe, for these services. So I just think we can do this, but I think let's vote on this first stage. Put everything you need, put it to Tom. I sit on the ad hoc. We have not had very many meetings on it, but I sat on it with Estelle, and then Michelle came on it when Estelle left. I do have some veterans in Southern Humboldt that use that hall that are in my district. But the thing is, it's a certain amount of respect we show to our veterans, but it's a certain amount of respect we show to the region down there that we are going to keep. And it's I don't want to say it's completely our fault that we didn't maintain, because I always say, couldn't you guys have done something? But that's not the point. There's nothing there now. And so all we've done is we've made a lot of promises, and we haven't fulfilled any of them. And a lot of them were made before you were on the board, but they were promises made by the county, not by individual supervisors. We made a commitment. So if we have a problem, this is the venue for, what's the word, transparency you want. But sit down with Tom beforehand and say, hey, do we have this in line? Do we have this in line? Because everything's in line. Everything has been talked about. Everything's been beaten to death. And we have to, I do not want to run into another veteran in Southern Humboldt going, where the hell's my hall? Yeah. You know? And that's the thing is, where is their hall? It's demolished. It's the only thing we've done. And this has been, even back in 2016 when we closed it, that's 7 years. Even for our standards, that's slow. So I'm just hoping we can get common ground and just say, let's move forward, but let's sit down and talk about what we can do. The options of going to the veterans groups, there are grants for everything. There are grants for everything out there. Maybe we start looking around a little harder at someone that pays themselves out of the grant monies, so we don't bring any on. There's plenty of those too that are available, because it's a lot of the grants accept that. But I mean, to sit here and decipher it all, I'm gonna make a motion that we, well,
After
that
public
we have
comment,
to, well,
please.
we break protocol up here all the time, so we don't have protocol.
We do have protocol, and I think when I do exceptions, that it's for good reasons. At any rate, we do try to do motions after we've heard from the public, because their voice matters, and thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I just want to say, I don't hear anybody up here suggesting we're not going to go ahead with this contract. I think all we're hearing is that let's do our best to figure out what funding sources are out there to make sure that we can do this whole thing and maintain it and really have a vibrant hall when we're done. That's what I'm hearing. Supervisor Wilson.
And I do want to speak to, another reason why I think that effort is important is because we don't know if there will be cost overruns. We don't know if this budget is adequate to do everything that is needed or wanted in this space. And so I think it's incumbent on us, if we don't want to run into that or try not to, up front, see if we can find the supplemental sources so that we're not hitting that wall in the future and coming back and saying, well, no, it's not enough, we need to do more. I think this is the time when we have that conversation. I'm glad, and all I'm saying is that I asked about it when we did the first round of approval. I, was pretty clear, we need to seek funding partners. I'm just going to keep saying we need to have funding partners for the sustainability and for the, and really for just to get to the place where we want to be in this. I don't think we can do it by ourselves. But that's all I have for today, and I will be seconding that motion when it comes up to move this forward. And so with that, we'll hear public comment.
All right. And with that, we'll go to the Zoom, and the first hand up I have is 0116. *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Ash Teeter here at LosCoastPopulous.com. Yeah, and one thing when looking over the part of the contract was just the hourly rates for a lot of the people involved. It made it kind of seem like a bureaucracy, and like the principal architect $195 an hour, senior technical staff $165 an hour, senior project manager $165 an hour, project manager $150 an hour, project architect $150. But all that money, I was just wondering if it might be possible to hire an architecture firm to just do the design, and then for the building, is it possible to reach out to a local contractor, perhaps a veteran-owned contract company? Just wondered if there's a way to get more bang for the buck out of that. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have 3053. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, still. Thomas Mulder here, speaking as myself. Lots of thoughts. Some of them probably aren't politically correct, so I'll keep those to myself and leave them to your guys' imagination. First off, way to try to stall, Wilson. Really proud of you. Really proud of you that after 7 years of the vets not having a building down here, you want to try to throw the wrench in there after they've been meeting for a year. Are you factoring those costs of the meeting, as Supervisor Bohn said? I really appreciated Matson's comment, actually. I've given him a lot of critique before, but I really appreciated how he spoke some facts with confidence about, hey, yeah, there's funding elsewhere, but you're going to take away funding for roads. We all know we need roads. So let's just try to rebuild the government trust that was broken in Southern Humboldt when all of the resources were extracted from Southern Humboldt for Northern Humboldt and other areas within the county. An economy was crushed, and then now you're worried about giving back? What about all of the money that was given to the county that's funded all other things? Please don't act that way right now. If you really don't like Southern Humboldt, get on the dais and say, you know what, I don't care about that rural community. Really get up and say that, because your words, they're sidestepping, they're underhanded, and they're cowardly, in my opinion. So it's really unfortunate, and I hope, I know a lot of veterans, I respect the heck out of them. I'm not a veteran, I had a kid at 18. So, please give some respect to those that have served, that give you the right to sit on that dais and even speak. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you, commenter. Next, we have 5288. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, I would like to say ditto to everything that Thomas Mulder just said. A little history here for you who don't know, and I want to apologize. This thing would have all been done a long time ago if I'd pushed harder to go ahead and fund and do a lawsuit against the county. The county was grossly negligent, in my opinion, and I can't remember the contract exactly, but if you want OES in there, if you want your shelters in there, I think that contract, that's just strictly of the goodness of the heart of the veterans. I don't think they have any obligation to partner with you on that. You have a contract which you failed to perform, and I'm very irritated. You know, this just about seems like, well, the veterans want something, but they came out against Mike Wilson and others who wanted to eliminate the flag salute, so is this retribution for that? You know, Mike, if you're not happy here, you know, and you can't deal with these things, and maybe go find the funding, that would be great. I really would appreciate that. Your parents live down there, go stay with them, find the funding. But it's getting really old, you know. If you're not happy here, if you're not willing to support the people and so on, maybe it's time you move off to Afghanistan or France or somewhere where you might be more happy. That's my recommendation. Strongly recommend whatever Supervisor Bohn is going to go ahead and put forward here. Moving this forward, don't slow play it anymore. That litigation can still happen. It's still ripe for happening, and I think these people should be made whole. The money that they haven't received during this last whatever year since they lost use of the building should be put into the veterans so they can do their good work, continue to have the functions they have down there that so many people have lacked because of what's happened within the county. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that was politically correct.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 2902. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes,
Can
good
you
morning.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. This Doug Battles, we used to talk quite a bit when we got this whole thing started about 4 years ago. And I respect what the supervisor is trying to do about finding funding and all of that. I just want to point out that it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse. You need to keep the process going. We're into our second year of just the county drudge or mill or whatever it is. I understand it, you know, the situation. It's just don't put, you know, something in there that's going to stop it or any kind of evolution that it could go through right now. It would probably cause another year delay, and we can't afford that. I'm 77, and I'm one of the younger vets down here. So, oh, and by the way, thanks for your service, Councilman Arroyo. It's nice to have a vet on the supervisors. So that's about it. Don't stop it. Keep going. It's still going to take at least a year, I figure, or maybe more. So that's about it for me. Realize you guys have a hard job, but don't screw it. So, bye.
Thank you, commenter. Next, we've got 8595. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, this is Dr. Norman. I'm the chiropractor down here in Garberville, and I was the manager of the Veterans Hall from 1985 until I think it was 2003 or 4, and this is whatever his name Wilson is. He is concerned about having all this wonderful stuff that we already had. We had a we had a commercial kitchen. We had a dance floor, which is an auditorium for all kinds of meetings that were going on there. We had all these kinds of things, and this is what we're already, you know, in need of having the county rebuild for us due to their lack. I mean, we put plastic up on the ceilings, I mean, not plastic, but tarps on the ceilings to get the water off the ceilings, and all kinds of things. Nothing was done to fix the holes in the roof for years. And so this is like, you know, some guy was talking about suing you guys. We never wanted to sue you guys. We just wanted you to do what you were supposed to do. And you guys, not you folks on the board right now, but no one did anything. And so there's the problem with that situation. And Mr. Wilson is worried about all these things that he wants to make sure that it's warm enough. I hope we are going to plan on having a building that has insulation. Duh. You know, there's these certain things that are just like, come on. This is the stuff that we want, and we cannot talk to anybody until we get someone to have a promise that there's some money to waste their time talking to us. And now we're just wasting their time talking to them, and they're saying, we can't talk yet. And so during this period of time when the Veterans Hall was closed, we haven't had meetings, and there's been one man that committed suicide by drinking and drinking and drinking and died. And so there's 25 veterans that are dying daily in the United States. We are now part of one of the ones of this past little time. And this is like what veterans do. They move away, they get out of the military, they go to some place in the country typically. Guess where we are? We're in the country. Guess who's up in the woods here? Lots of veterans that don't talk much. We see them on the street, we talk to them. And so this is the kind of stuff that is imperative for us to build a hall. For crying out loud, let's do the next stop and let's not bypass some kind of time. Sorry, I'm out of time. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. And next we have 1935. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Leanne Green. I'm a Southern Humboldt resident and community activist. I'm calling today to express, as many of the callers before me, the dismay that this project appears to be further delayed. I believe talking about funding sources, as Mr. Battles said earlier, is literally putting the cart before the horse. Other callers have talked about the millions of dollars that have been extracted from Southern Humboldt to build infrastructure and fund programs at the northern end of the county. Southern Humboldt is in need of those services. We have some coming down here. We have seen some improvement in county services down here. And this is a promise that the county made to Southern Humboldt that needs to be fulfilled, period. We are tired of hearing the lip service of our county government. And yes, we're hearing what you need and not following through on fulfilling at least some of those needs. At the very least, our veterans deserve the rebuilding of this community resource. You can be assured that it will be well used. We are concerned that the county move forward. We're done talking about this. Action is what we need now. Thank you very much for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 7108. 7108. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and I just want to say a few words about how we got here. And 20 years ago, we had a functioning hall, and we had a courthouse. And before that, we had our library on Main Street. So now our library went to a prefab place in the parking lot, and now we've got our next library that is smaller. It's just everything's getting downsized. And with the Veterans Hall, I'm really concerned about what we're going to end up with. Is it going to be like what we ended up with the library? Because, it's great that we have a place, but there's a whole lot of problems with that. And there's a whole lot of the community here that is very frustrated and sort of angry about all the money that was taken out of Southern Humboldt with all the marijuana taxes and whatnot that went to the rest of the county. and we get some little leftovers. And that's what we're feeling like. Letting the building, not maintaining it. And now we've got an empty lot. And I would have thought this thing with the architect, why did we wait this long to start doing that? I would think this whole discussion and having an architect would have happened way before. So it's just moving very, very slowly, and it would be really nice to have it prioritized for a change instead of the leftovers. So let me see if I have any. I guess that's about it. So thanks, and I know the county's broke, but this is the veterans' hall. It's the county's responsibility for it not being there, and it's their responsibility to put back at least of what there was and how it was being used. So, thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 9357.
Hello. I
Welcome.
just want to start by voicing my support for the Vets Hall. I also just want to voice my support for Supervisor Wilson. I feel like he always does a good job of asking the tough questions, and considering the budget situation, I think it's important that we do seek funding where we can find it. So thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for asking the tough questions, and I look forward to seeing this Vets Hall. Thanks.
Thank you, commenter. And last one in Zoom we have is 6267. Welcome.
Thank you for taking my call. I understand that there's a problem. You're discussing funding when we were told that this isn't coming out of the budget. It's coming out of a financial plan account, that the money's already there. So we're kind of beating a bush here that I don't understand, because it's like bureaucratic obstinacy. 7 years the hall's been closed. I mean, we kind of need Ann Holcomb on the Vets Hall at this point. I think that's what it comes to, because this is moving way too slow. There is a resolution for facility emergencies, which you've used recently for the fairgrounds, and you used it for the probation department last year, I believe. And you could cut through a lot of red tape and get this thing moving and off the ground a lot faster if you were to make this resolution for a facility emergency. And I concur with everything everybody before me said. So thank you so much. Please treat Southern Humboldt with the dignity, respect, and compassion that we deserve, because we are taxpayers. My taxes have doubled since '97 down here, and we're getting very little in return for what goes out of this area. So please, please get on this right away. We need help down here, and make some public participation part of the plan, because the public hasn't been really included in the plans. They were showing the vets, but the public hasn't seen them. So please include us, and cut the red tape. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And at this point, we'll bring it here to those in the audience today who would like to speak on this item of the issuing of a consultant contract for design work for the Vets Hall in Garberville. Please come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes for comments that are on topic.
Thank you, Supervisor Steve Madrone, our chairman, and Supervisor Rex Bohn, our vice chair, with our Supervisor Michelle Bushnell, Supervisor Mike Wilson, and our veteran Supervisor Natalie Arroyo. I am Steve G. Davis, the son of Captain Ralph L. Davis, our first dentist in McKinleyville, a veteran who, with his chairside learning in Alaska, served during the Korean conflict in the Army. And I am hopeful that the Veteran Halls and American Legion Halls, from sea to shining sea, and the plans for our place in Garberville will be hot and cold weather shelters, emergency shelters, that we might consider places where veterans and others could have vans that are converted to personal sleeping, eating, shaving, sharing places, and that will consider the multiple uses of well-designed architecture buildings where a nice contest or opportunity for local and global architects for fabulous Garberville, that we, the current and future owners that you represent, us taxpayers, will have a fabulous structure soon, and you'll find the funding partners, because America does honor and respect their veterans and fine service, and then their diligence and duty for serving their communities is something that we can treasure, especially when it's a place where a person who may still be on the streets of Los Angeles or San Francisco will find a Humboldt County fabulous place and continue their journeys in service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next,
Still morning.
welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Ryan Derby. I'm coming here both as a vet and as the OES manager. Usually I do a pretty good job separating work and personal life. Well, this one's a little bit touchy for me. Vets buildings play a really critical role in our community. It's an outlet for camaraderie, and these people, you know, they have a dedication to service, they have a dedication to loyalty and integrity, and if we show that towards them, they're going to reciprocate it. So in that light, as an emergency manager, that facility, if we show them the respect and integrity that they deserve, they'll pay it in dividends when we need them. So I guess that goes to say, when we get to a project scoping phase or services scoping, I'd be happy to be involved in that. And thank you for bringing this item forward. Hopefully we can get it done quickly.
Thank you very much. Any other commenters here today that would like to comment on this specific item? Please come forward. Seeing no one else moving towards the podium, we'll bring it back here to the board. And I've got two supervisors in the queue right now. I've got Supervisor Bushnell first, and then Supervisor Arroyo second, and then Supervisor Bohn third.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask CAO Hayes if, has there been any outreach for trying to help us get funds for the Veterans Hall or any of the Veterans Hall in Humboldt County in the last, say, 5 months?
I mean, we're always exploring opportunities. We keep our finger on the pulse closely with California State Association of Counties and their listservs of grant opportunities around the state. There's also some legislation in the works regarding a bond that is for providing services, and we are advocating for that legislation to include construction of veterans halls in particularly rural communities like ours. So I don't know of any specifics where we've applied specifically for funds, but if we become aware of anything, we most certainly will explore those opportunities.
Okay, so you're always on the lookout as well, knowing that we have this facility coming up to be built.
Correct.
So, okay, well, thank you, and I want to really thank the public commenters for having the support for the Southern Humboldt Veterans Building, and I also am going to make a motion that we adopt staff's recommendations for the approval of the consulting services for the architect firm.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Wilson. And I had additional comments by Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, and I also appreciate all the comments that have been made pertaining to this project. And I do want to note that it looks like we've really made a fair number of investments in veterans buildings around the county. I understand that we've spent $500,000 in Ferndale, some money in Fortuna, and then a significant investment in Eureka to match that very large, well, relatively, in the kind of types of projects we're talking about, a large grant that was able to be brought to bear. So looking at the timeline in Eureka and the timeline in Garberville, I know it's really frustrating, but they're not too dissimilar. So I don't think that's a function of geographic inequity in this case as much as it is a function of it taking a while to do these types of projects and to do the abatement and demolition that are involved. And, they were very different reasons why the buildings had to be, torn down in one case and completely redone in another. But, those are unfortunately really time consuming. So I really appreciate that the community is bearing with us. I don't necessarily, anyway, I don't necessarily find it helpful to talk about, people disrespecting a community just by because these questions are coming forward. And anyway, I'll stop at that on that note. And I will say that, I do think this is the right time to talk about design parameters when we're talking about the architect's contract. So we have, a contract before us that specifies two design alternatives, and that footprint of 3,600 square feet, which I understand this board, made a decision about to scale down the size of the project given the costs of replacing it with a building of the same size. And I just want to note, by looking for some of these other funding opportunities, it doesn't necessarily take away from the project. It could add to the project. So I do hope that, in conjunction with community members and stakeholders, that we can really look at what alternatives might be out there. I understand there's this AB 531, the VETS bond, right now that the state is exploring, and right now it has to include housing. Again, I'm entering into these conversations kind of after they've already occurred here at this board, but I would say if there is, the opportunity to leverage funding sources like that, or Department of Veterans Affairs to make the project even more robust, I think it's worth doing. And perhaps our architects can explore some of those funding sources and alternatives as part of those two design alternatives that they produce. And I did just have one question about the contract as specified, or as, let's see, it's in the language about the PG&E hookup. It says to go ahead and hurry up and submit that application, essentially, that's one of the first steps that will be undertaken, which I can understand that's a very important part. Has there been any preliminary discussion about the capacity there? Are we utilizing, is the idea to utilize the existing hookup? What has that looked like so far?
There have been, yes, many discussions about PG&E and their ability to serve the project. At this point, I have a verbal understanding that the service to the building will be preserved. We believe it's a 200 amp service. We may need to expand that in the future, but that's a verbal understanding to date.
Supervisor Bushnell, in response to that, are you done?
I think that's everything. Yeah, that was just, I saw that as one of the first orders of business, and I thought, I know that that's an ongoing concern, so thank you for, it's nice to know we at least have a verbal.
So I'll have Supervisor Bushnell answer that, and then back to the queue with Supervisor Bohn and then Wilson.
Thank you for that question. So I've had multiple conversations with PG&E about retaining power for this area since it hasn't been utilized for the last 7 years. At PG&E's request that we, as soon as we get going that we submit, that we're going to be utilizing that service and possibly even upgrading. They have assured that there is power for this facility, for this veterans facility in Garberville when we get it hooked up.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I just had to look back on this. I've got a couple of questions. Corning got, and I remember Doug Lamalfa got $2 million worth of funding for the Corning Veterans Hall a year ago. And the reason I remembered it is because we were in Washington, D.C., all of us, for RCRC, and the discussion was made. There are monies available. Mr. Driscoll did a drive-by today, but maybe we could make an appointment with him and talk to him about that, because this is on our federal platform, and it would be nice to get a little help from the feds on this. And like I said, theirs was for repairs. We were beyond repairs, but I'm sure there's monies available, and with so many other places. But the main thing is to get this going. The other thing is on the bid. On the bid, I noticed we're going out of state for the bid, and I think we've answered most of, and I appreciate the questions that Mr. Wilson brought forward. It's probably may have been interpreted different than probably should have, but a lot of these questions we can find out beforehand. But what I'd like to find out on the bid process, I mean, we've got a local architect that is well known and well seasoned and everything else, and they were within, and the voting was kind of 3 reviewers. It was kind of hodgepodge of what they did. I was just wondering, I think this firm is out of Oregon, Medford, and then I think Whitchurch was 2, or I mean, they were all somewhat within, 5-6% of each other. What was the final decide not to go local? I mean, at the end of the day, you get results. You got a guy down the street. You can actually run down and take a look at him. I know we've got the age and day of computers, but I mean, they don't have to come here and talk to us. We don't have to come there and talk to them, but we're 16 miles away from the other. And I'm just pretty firm on local. So why wouldn't he came out at the end with 3 different reviewers, with different, I was just wondering how the process went. It always amazed me. Why aren't we doing local?
Yeah,
I mean, the expertise. I mean, they tore down a nuclear power plant, so I think they have some expertise. So,
it's a fair question. As you mentioned, Supervisor Bohn, most of the firms came in pretty close. I think the really deciding factor here with the firm that we deemed most qualified was their experience. They had a really good resume of very similar projects, small community center kind of projects that we felt really kind of distinguished them versus the other firms. So, it was a committee decision. We had very robust discussion about that. There's an impact to the, community, but our RFQ process tries to make it as objective as possible, and that's who we ended up with.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I'm hoping final comment before we vote on this. I appreciate everyone tolerating this hour and a quarter of discussion around this. Again, the intention is purely to make as robust of a project as possible, both from a funding perspective, but also just in a long-term sustainability and resilience perspective. And I think the message has been heard, and I think we can all work together and reach out to one another to see where we might find these partnerships. And I'm happy to assist wherever necessary, and if we need to have meetings about that, we can. I wanted to just say that I appreciate Bonnie Blackberry's comments on some of this and with relationship to the needs that this project will fulfill. But I actually really Ryan's comments with relationship to veterans service and again I talked about it a little bit before, but I really feel like we need to look at all of our veterans facilities for their potential to provide a venue for even more and robust service to the community, because I think and I really believe it because I spend a good amount of time at Arcata Vets Hall, and I'll tell you that it's a wonderful group of people who are there not just in service to each other, but really in service to the community, and it gives them joy to do that. And I think that it's more than just the camaraderie. It's really the service. And I think it's up to us to assist where we can to update those facilities, to update them from an energy perspective so they're resilient, that they can provide a space for people to come to when we have PSPS and other issues, but also as a shelter when needed. And Ryan, we'll talk more about that in the future. And with that, I'm ready to vote in the affirmative.
Okay, well, we've had robust discussion, and I believe all of us have our voting tabs up now. So go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
5-0, there we are. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, veterans, for your patience with us. These things do take time, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work on this. At this point, we've got 10 minutes here before we go into closed session, and I doubt that we can get any of the 3 items that we have on our agenda done in 10 minutes, especially because we need to take public comment on our closed session before we go into the closed session. So does that seem reasonable to everybody that we'll go ahead and do? We're going to do, I'm sorry, that's correct. We do have public comment on non-agenda items. We should get that in right now. Thank you for that. Appreciate you backing me up. So public comment on non-agenda items. And looking at the Zoom, we have one hand up, and that is 5288. I see a second hand, so we'll have a couple commenters there. 5288. There you go. Welcome.
You just about tricked me into missing public comment by saying we were going to take a break, and then I just sat there for a second. Fortunately, I'm going to go on and elaborate a little bit on some of my prior comments at this meeting. We have in Blue Lake, we're having some major problems out in Blue Lake. Part of what the people of Blue Lake, and I don't know, my opinion, if people want to live in a city situation and don't want to live in a rural situation or a small rural town, then they should try to go ahead and stay there or go there, rather than coming to a small rural town and a lot of them wave their arms for a while and they do this and they have all these wonderful ideas they want us to make it just like it used to be where they came from. But they eventually, I guess, realize some of them fit in, some of it's great, other ones just never will. And that's why for people who think that, the small rural atmosphere is something we don't desire and preserve, both either living in the woods like Mr. Mulder, or living in town, or living out of town like Supervisor Madrone. But that's our choices. And I'm getting really tired of groups of people coming into one of the few towns that doesn't have anything bigger than a 10-plex, doesn't have anything bigger than 2-story buildings, wanting to come in and put in these box kind of structures, just about like a big box store. People say we don't want the big box stores all over. Well, there are those of us who don't want to have a Hyatt Regency right on the water. Those of us in Blue Lake who just want to keep the small rural atmosphere and not have a large project here. I'm going to strongly support Danco having their project in Eureka. I think the Fiddler on the Roof had a saying, something that was like, may the Lord bless and keep the czar far away from us. That was a blessing for the czar from the rabbi. But we have the same attitude. May Mother Nature bless and keep Danco projects far away from us. And there's many of us in Blue Lake who are finally speaking out. And hopefully those who are on the political forum will understand our desire to maybe one town. Willow Creek even has one up there. So anyway, we just like to have a few places that are rural and preserve that for us. I think that's why a lot of us stay here, and that's why a lot of us came here. And if people have a different attitude, then they should just go somewhere else. Stay out of Blue Lake. It'd be fine with me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 3053. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning again. Thomas Mulder here, speaking as myself. I just would like to take note, as I did hear that I believe it was a routine item from consent agenda was pulled and almost an hour and a half used up. So I hope the chair, for the rest of his remaining chair term, takes that time into consideration when there is complaints from Supervisor Wilson about lunch breaks or any of those bio breaks or anything like that, or people's time of getting places, and just veto his request. I think that'd be really important. Yes, I do support rural living. I support Southern Humboldt, born and raised here. I've traveled to the Bay Area, experienced it, and I'm back here in the Redwoods. Please, those of you supervisors that support rural living, I appreciate you. I appreciate you up there. Those of you that don't, those of you that try to attack the rights of myself, the rights of my children and my grandchild, hey, that's not cool. And next time, I recommend you get up and you smack me in the face. Because, you know, that's what people do. So I appreciate you being there, and please respect Southern Humboldt. It would mean a great deal to me. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I don't have to speak on similar lines as some of the other commenters. I had a phrase that one of my friends coined before is don't Frisco my Humboldt. And that's what seems to be going on with a lot of things in this county. I'll just pull like one recent example. I remember reading something about what's going on in Arcata. With they're planning these new high-rise buildings with like a fractional parking space per unit. What the hell is that about? I mean, yeah, this is not what our community needs. Trying to like force this non-vehicle lifestyle on people. It kind of falls into the 15-minute city thing. I hear so many people endorse, which is kind of like what's going on in China. Everyone, you get these people herded into these little cities that don't really, get out much, and then you tie in the whole digital currency thing, and you can just kind of control them. You don't cooperate, you can turn off your livelihood. You don't have gas stoves, you got electric stuff, so you just turn off your electricity, turn off your bank account. And I know people think, oh, it's one big conspiracy theory, but you go to the World Economic Forum and they're pretty vocal about all this stuff. So I mean, you can call it, just like with the vaccine stuff. Bill Gates is pretty vocal about all that stuff. He's said it that, yeah, he was using vaccines to depopulate the world. So all this stuff, they go, oh, it's a conspiracy, but there's these super rich billionaire type folks out there flying around the world on private jets while complaining about climate change and trying to take away gas vehicles that, so they can have electric cars, so they can turn off the click of a switch. Oh yeah, that's all conspiracy, but they're saying it out loud. And going along with it is just really not in the public's best interest. So yeah, don't Frisco or Humboldt. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And that's it in the Zoom, so we'll go to those here in the audience today. Welcome. And you can pull the mic down. There you go.
Hi, I'm Katie Coventry, and I'm an in-home supportive services provider. And I just wanted to bring your attention a little bit about, just this week, I've been contacted by MSSP, I've been contacted by the VA, I've been contacted by the Public Guardian, and a couple members of the community looking for providers. I'm maxed out. I cannot do physically cannot do anymore. And part of the lack of finding providers is there needs to be a living wage and all. And I mean, I've reached out to people saying, well, would you like to become a provider? I know of people that need care, and they're like, well, how much is it paying? Well, they're like, well, shoot, I can go down to CVS, or I can go to Safeway or other places and get a job today that has a decent wage and it has benefits. We don't have any benefits. Only benefits we get are we get 3 sick days, and that's paid by the state. And then the other thing is I'm in working with these seniors and many other communities, and they're like, well, how do we find providers? If I cannot provide somebody to help me in the next few months, I'm going to be in the nursing home. I know of quite a number of people, and they're at risk of being in a nursing home in the next few weeks because they cannot provide a provider. I do know there's hundreds of hours every month that are authorized for people to work, but there's not providers to provide those hours. That is a huge problem in this county. Other counties don't have the problem that we have. And part of the problem they don't have is because they're paying more and they can attract providers. So there's no way you're going to get more providers, and those providers, if they're working, they're also contributing to the county. We spend our dollars here. We're not going somewhere else to spend those dollars. I personally try and buy as local as possible and everything. And so, you know, it's a great profession, but we need more providers in this community so people can stay in their homes and continue to buy local here in this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And final comments on non-agenda items.
Steve Davis, thanking you, our supervisor, Steve Madrone of District 5, and our chairman, our supervisor, Rex Bohn from District 1. I'm 2 for Supervisor Michelle Bushnell, and we've got 4 from Supervisor Natalie Arroyo and Supervisor Mike Wilson. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give my comments of the hopefulness that from border to border here in Humboldt County, and especially for those in the Bay Area, which we are within a half day's drive or bus ride connected to, that with the fine folks at the Food for People here in our area, at least lunches and bags of personal items delivered to people in desperate situations on our sidewalks, with a triple antibiotic, a Johnson's baby shampoo that works really well for cleansing around your eyes and what have you, and some sunscreen. I tell you, this gentleman rivets my memory. His face sunburnt. He had one blanket between him and the sidewalk right there in the city of Arcata, the plaza corner, and he had a sweater and sweatpants, and he had his right mind. He needed services right away. And I had attempted a while ago to always be prepared with the socks, the underwear, some changes of clothing, and the items I mentioned, so that I could get it to some person in need. And I'm hopeful that this is very inexpensive, very possible that from here to wherever we find our fellow men and women, children, that quickly people of faith and our great country will rise to the occasion and help people enjoy life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and looks like that's the end of our public comment on non-agenda items. And so next we're going to go to our closed session items and read those. And if we, County Council's, we've got.
I'll be reading it instead.
CAO Hayes, please, yes.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956. .9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Derek Andrews versus Humboldt County et al. Case number 1:23-CV-02421-RMI. In addition, Dalix Brooks Chain versus D. Twitchell et al. Case number 3:23-CV-01301-JD. And finally, Kathy Childs versus Humboldt County et al., case number 1:23-CV-02836-RMI.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll go to public comment on this, but just a question, how long do you think our closed sessions might last, just an estimate?
I'd say approximately an hour.
Okay, great. All right, so given that, we will be going into closed session next after public comment, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back here at about 1 o'clock. So public comment, I've got one hand up in Zoom, 5288. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, I'm going to again give my non-Esquire advice on item 3. The public always watches things, and I watch, and I think this is the second time when county council has not read the things into the record, and that would obviously, in my opinion, is related to item 3. Having tried to familiarize with myself with this, the county is in a major fix here. The longer this goes on, the more the damages go up. This is something I recommend you engage in settlement ASAP. I don't know if you have Cindy Day Wilson. They're discussing settlements, but that's where this should be going rather rapidly. Unless you wish this to cost us, the taxpayers, and the county 2 or 3 times what it should. The county made a very foolish move, in my opinion. They filed litigation against Ms. Childs, which basically it makes her case that much stronger. So I don't know who's doing your risk management and strategy regarding your litigation, but you really ought to consider changing that, and I would fix this one ASAP. There's obviously more going on here than meets the eye, and the sooner this gets out there as far as how county employees are treated sometimes, and how they don't follow correct procedures as far as listening to complaints from the people, and these things aren't handled right. Again, this is, in my opinion, Jeffrey Blank 2.0, and he's spirit's still sitting on my shoulder, and he's saying they're doing it again. So highly recommend you you get this on and get that one settled. The other two I have no comment on. I'm not aware of those, but thank you for my opportunity to speak, and enjoy your closed session.
Thank you, commenter, and that's it in the Zoom. Anybody here in the audience today wish to make public comment on these closed session items? And seeing none, we are in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of the Board of Supervisors. Are we ready over there? Yep, looks like it. Great. So if we can have a report out on our closed session, please, from CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. With regard to item G1, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into agreement with the Mitchell Law Firm for defense of the case of Derek Andrews versus Humboldt County et al., case number 1:23-CV-02421-RMI. With regard to item G2, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into agreement with Mitchell Law Firm for defense of the case of Dallas Brooks Achain versus D. Twitchell et al., case number 3:23-CV-01301-JD. And with regards to item G3, there was no reportable action.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Okay, and we're going to now move on with the rest of our agenda. And that starts out with I1, fiscal year 22-23 grand jury responses, and on the report titled Humboldt County Child Welfare Services and the Courts, and subheading Late Reports, Dysfunctional Systems, and Traumatized Children. So I'm assuming that Katri is here to present. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Madrone and members of the board. My name is Kati Gallardo, and I am the Public Information Specialist in the County Administrative Office. Before discussing the recommendations of one Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury report today, I want to first express our sincerest gratitude to the members of the grand jury for the hard work that went into this report. The report before your board today is a response to the 2022-23 grand jury report titled Humboldt County Child Welfare Services in the Courts, Late Reports, Dysfunctional Systems, and Traumatized Children. The report primarily focuses on challenges the grand jury found within CWS regarding staffing, recruitment, hiring, employee retention, staff caseloads, and court filings and processes. The grand jury has only required responses from your board regarding this report. The grand jury invited responses from several county officers. While they opted not to respond to this report individually, they did significantly contribute to your board's proposed responses. I would like to acknowledge and thank all departments and county staff for the hard work and detail that went into your board's proposed responses. There's a fair amount of complexity around the issues addressed by the grand jury, and therefore this presentation will be relatively lengthy. Your board may receive the proposed responses and approve them or modify them as you deem appropriate. So the focus of findings are that CWS is an essential service for children in need of protection, and CWS staff demonstrate knowledge of their jobs and a passion for their work. The focus of the grand jury's findings reference challenges and inefficiencies in CWS operations surrounding staffing, hiring, high caseloads, court filings, and processes. Regarding the grand jury's findings, there is no question that CWS employees demonstrate a genuine passion for the work that they do. The grand juries found that CWS employees may experience burnout, but this cannot be substantiated as there is no data to indicate Humboldt County CWS has a higher percentage of these challenges than any other CWS department statewide. Additionally, there is no data confirming that the stress due to understaffing and alleged overworking has led to a rise in health-related absenteeism in CWS. The Department of Health and Human Services Employee Services team tracks employee medical leave for the CWS division. Tracking does not include the individual's unit within CWS or if leave was related to stress. The number of vacant positions in CWS increased by 5% from January 2022 to January 2023, contributing to a staffing shortage. Records indicate that during that time frame, the percentage of CWS employees on approved medical leave ranged from 5 to 10.5%. DHHS provides approved medical leaves to employees who are eligible under one or more of the following: the Family Medical Leave Act, the California Family Rights Act, the California Pregnancy Disability Leave, or the MOU of their bargaining unit. It should also be noted that the county has resources available to all county employees in need of extra support through its Employee Assistance Program. This free and anonymous resource provides support to staff facing a variety of challenges, including but not limited to stress related to work or other circumstances. So many of the grand jury's recommendations pertain to staffing, hiring processes for vacant CWS positions. The report states that proper staffing is the single most critical item needed to create better outcomes. Several recommendations have already been implemented, including CWS sponsors several efforts with local higher education, including paid internships for social services aides and other positions through the College of the Redwoods and Cal Poly Humboldt to earn a Bachelor of Social Work degree. CWS also sponsors paid internships for Social Worker 1, 2, and 3 employees through Cal Poly Humboldt's Master of Social Work program, and that is if they are unable to utilize the California Social Work Education Center Title IX-E program. The CWS ombudsperson position has been filled. This position was never vacant while the position was open. A highly experienced interim ombudsperson was in place in order for the office to remain fully operational throughout the recruitment and hiring process of the new ombudsperson. DHHS Employee Services recruits new social workers from universities throughout the state by attending university job fairs, in addition to providing internship opportunities to college students participating in social work programs, including those through the California Social Work Education Center. Additionally, job openings are sent to Handshake, which is an online jobs platform utilized by college students. However, CWS does not have data suggesting that entering into additional Title IX contracts and partnerships with universities throughout the state will produce more social workers locally than the current longstanding partnership with Cal Poly Humboldt. So it is proposed that the recommendation to expand the Title IX contracts with other universities not be implemented. Many of the grand jury's other recommendations pertaining to CWS job recruitments have merit, but they cannot be implemented by the County of Humboldt. The County of Humboldt is designated as an interagency merit system, or IMS county, which means the county is currently required to run all recruitments for merit system services positions, or MSS positions, through the California Department of Human Resources. A large majority of CWS positions are considered MSS positions, including social service aides, social workers, and social worker supervisors. As an IMS county, the County of Humboldt has very little to say in how the recruitment process is conducted. This includes when recruitments are opened, how often they're opened, what the process of recruitments will entail, and how long it will take to move the recruitment process to the next step. Additionally, the county does not receive contact information or applications for MSS applicants until they are placed on the eligible list by CalHR. This means that MSS applicants must pass CalHR screening for minimum qualifications, all required examinations, and then be placed on the eligible list before the county is ever able to contact them. As of January 1st of this year, CalHR implemented a new requirement to have one competitive examination per recruitment, which must be approved and administered by a CalHR representative. Since the implementation of this requirement, the county has observed delays in recruitment components administered by CalHR, including delays in communication to candidates regarding their application status, recruitment bulletins not being posted timely, delays in competitive examinations being identified and developed, and inadequate written exam materials being provided to the county. Since the county does not receive the contact information of candidates until they are placed on the eligible list, the county is unable to notify candidates when delays are observed with recruitment components administered by CalHR. CalHR has shown to not be receptive to feedback that their new processes are hindering the ability of IMS counties to hire. CalHR lacks appropriate response times when agencies reach out with questions or requests for updates. The message that has been communicated by CalHR is that they will not delegate their authority to IMS counties because they are responsible for administering a merit-based process. The County of Humboldt has, as a result of these challenges, begun discussing the concept of becoming an approved local merit system county. An ALMS county is approved to manage the recruitment process internally without reliance on CalHR. This is a process of working with CalHR to ensure that the county's policies, practices, and standards meet the requirements that CalHR deems appropriate. There is no way of telling how long the process to become this might take and what issues may be raised throughout the process. However, we do know that becoming an ALMS county may add significant workload for central service agencies like Human Resources and could potentially require additional staffing. CWS and DHHS Employee Services intend to further analyze options for attracting qualified candidates to CWS recruitments, including ways to increase internet presence for job openings. DHHS Employee Services currently posts MSS recruitments to the County of Humboldt Jobs website, directing applicants to CalHR's application. County of Humboldt job postings automatically post to governmentjobs.com, Indeed.com, and Monster.com. Additionally, the new DHHS and CWS job postings are promoted by DHHS Media and the CAO's office on DHHS and the County of Humboldt social media platforms. In March, CWS advertised their new recruitment postings with the Northern California Association of Nonprofits, which has a distribution list of approximately 1,000 government and nonprofit agency contacts in the region. And in April, CWS and DHHS Employee Services held an initial meeting with UC Davis and a leading expert in the field of child welfare to discuss recruitment and retention strategies for CWS positions. This work is ongoing, and the analysis is expected to be completed within 6 months. Additionally, regarding CWS staffing recommendations, the decision to fill any vacancy in any program area, including transferring staff, is always based on staffing levels, program need, and fit. So staff proposed that the recommendation to temporarily assign a social worker from another unit to the CWS court unit when an opening is created not be implemented. Staff proposes that the grand jury's recommendation to cease the practice of moving social workers out of the court unit after just a few years and to not permit employees to start their careers in the court unit is not implemented. Staff proposes this, as CWS will not hire unqualified employees who lack experience that's required for those positions. And CWS has no such policy or standard practice of moving social workers from any unit based solely on the years spent in said unit. CWS will prioritize emergency response investigative work to ensure timely safety assessments and maintain timely investigations. Therefore, the proposed response to the grand jury's recommendation that staffing at the CWS court unit be the top priority is that this recommendation will not be implemented. The recommendations that your board fund 2 additional attorneys assigned to work with CWS and retain a consultant unrelated to Humboldt County government or agencies to provide a comprehensive evaluation and make recommendations for CWS services cannot be implemented at this time. Given the county's budget circumstances for fiscal year 23-24 and anticipated challenging budget years ahead, there is no funding available to accommodate these recommendations. However, staff remain in communication with state and federal agencies regarding opportunities for additional funding and will continue to do so. Additionally, recommendations regarding legal and oversight processes were made, including the recommendation for CWS to convene a diverse working group of stakeholders in the dependency court process to address quality improvement with a specific focus on internal CWS quality improvement plans, which has already been implemented. CWS has a standing internal work plan development meeting every Friday to create plans for quality improvement within the division. These plans are provided to an array of stakeholders, including local tribal representatives, panel attorneys, county council, and judges for their feedback. CWS is currently negotiating a contract with the California Center for Rural Policy to conduct a review of the Office of the Ombudsperson and review other mechanisms used by public agencies to handle concerns or complaints. The review will include conducting an analysis that connects the desired intent and purpose with the actual types of complaints received by the Office of the Ombudsperson to assess whether or not the current structure is serving its intended purpose. Therefore, it is proposed that your board not implement the recommendation for your board to remove the ombudsperson position from CWS and reallocate the position to the CAO. The grand jury also recommended that CWS advocate that monthly improvement meetings involving the court, private attorneys, and CWS be reinstated. It is proposed that your board does not implement this recommendation as this meeting is hosted by the Humboldt County Superior Court. However, it should be noted that CWS will continue to participate, encourage, and support key staff and stakeholder participation. The recommendation that CWS and County Council enact a blanket exemption to the procedure of social workers being required to have County Council present whenever they speak with an attorney representing a child or parent should not be implemented by your board, as this recommendation will violate California Rules of Professional Conduct 4.2, communication with a represented person. CWS has an internal tracking process and routinely tracks and reports aggregated court report timeliness data to CWS and DHHS administration. Additionally, DHHS Director Beck provides regular and ad hoc updates on CWS activities and functions to your board and also provides information to you upon request. Director Beck also has a duty to maintain confidentiality for CWS clients under HIPAA and Welfare and Institutions Code 827. So some information is confidential and cannot be discussed publicly. Therefore, it is proposed that your board will not implement the creation of a committee whose sole mission is to independently and accurately evaluate the status of timely court filings by CWS. This concludes my staff report. I will mention that it has been brought to our attention that responses to recommendations 1, 2, 3, 8, 12, and 17 need explanation on how those recommendations have been implemented, which were addressed in this presentation. The details of the analysis referred to in recommendation number 8 also needs further details of how that analysis will be performed. And staff recommends that your board approve the responses and directs staff to include that additional information in those responses for those recommendations. And as mentioned previously, you may receive the proposed responses here and approve them or modify them as your board sees fit. CAO Hayes, Director Beck, Deputy County Counsel Berger, Zach O'Hannon, HR Director, and CWS Division Director Winstead are all here and prepared to discuss this report and staff's recommendations and with you further if you have additional questions. And I would like to once again thank the grand jury for their work that went into this report, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you for that detailed report. It's very much appreciated. Questions from the board? Clarifications? Nobody? It certainly is a thorough and detailed report. And I mean, I don't know if this sums it up or not, but we're short-staffed, but we're doing everything we can to try and turn that around. Is that an accurate short-form statement? Because a lot of problems happen from that, but it's not that people aren't trying really hard to make a difference in that. I did get one letter that talked about social service level 3 workers versus 4, and the suggestion that we go back to level 3. Was that covered in this? Not in detail, right? But that was a suggestion that came in, I think, probably to the whole board. I don't know if that would be something that Connie could speak to, or... Yeah, good. I guess one requires a master's, the other doesn't, something like that.
Several years ago, we implemented having social worker 1, 2s, and 3s. Well, I should back up and say, for several years, we only accepted social worker 4 positions in the child welfare program due to the lack of staffing and capacity issues, even over years. I think it's been probably 5 or 6 years now that we've been hiring 1s, 2s, and 3s also.
And
to work alongside of social worker force.
So you feel like we're implementing that at this point when we expanded?
I think it's been implemented for a really long time.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you for that. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I think since a lot of these questions center around HR processes and or a lot of the observations made by the grand jury or items that we are responding to, I was wondering, since Zach is here, if I could, through the chair, put him on the spot to, you did a great job of articulating kind of what's in this letter, but it is a bit complicated with, the process of becoming an approved local merit system county, and I was wondering if you could just speak to that a little bit more and where we're at in that process. I see that it's here, but it's a little bit, I had a couple of people reach out to me and say it felt a little jargony and they would love to hear like a more layperson's explanation.
I can certainly take a swing at that. It is definitely very jargony. So currently in the process, so as these sort of issues started arising with some changes that occurred at the state level beginning in January of this year, Department of Health and Human Services and their Employee Services Unit in particular was working really closely with them, trying to work their way through these issues, and it's pretty much come to a head where it's been determined that it's just not working, and it is having an impact. So we have a sort of working group that we put together between HR, Employee Services, and this also impacts child support. Try to stay away from jargon and acronyms. And so we've been working on putting all the information together to basically hit the ground running when we bring it to your board, assuming that you would approve us to make this leap towards an alms county or approved local merit system. So essentially the process in a nutshell is we would come to your board with the recommendation that we make this change. Your board presumably would say, okay, in a formal format. We send that to the state, to Cal HR, and that initiates a process by which they ask for a bunch of information from us to ensure that we are meeting all these certain tenets of a merit system. So once, what we've been working on currently is just, again, being able to hit the ground running. We can, if that approval happens, we can literally just hand them everything. We're reaching out to other counties that are going through this process, reaching out to Cal HR to get the information of what they're going to be asking for. Right now, we are targeting your August 8th board meeting to bring that to you, barring any sort of hiccups with putting that information together. I think we're feeling pretty good about it. And then from there, we just work with the state. If they have issues with the processes that we run, we have to, give them additional explanation. There may be potential changes to policy or our own merit system rules, which that's something that is very confusing. We have what's called the county merit system rules. That literally has nothing to do with merit system services, and it's very confusing. For lack of a better term, they're essentially like personnel rules, but they don't really encompass all personnel rules. So that might be something that we have to do as well, is change policies or add to policies or just give additional explanation, change processes, that sort of thing. Assuming that we meet all of and Cal HR is the one that actually looks at all this and says, okay, you're meeting these requirements, go ahead and take this on. Assuming that all goes well, I think the time frame they give is 60 days from the time we would send them that letter to initiate that process. And within that 60 days, we go back and forth. And assuming that all goes well, then we would come back to your board and say they've approved us. We're going to implement becoming an Alms County on X date. I hope that was not jargony and simple.
No, that was helpful because there's a couple of areas where it says the recommendation won't be implemented. And in particular, I'm thinking of this part where it says there's no way of telling how long this process might take. And I think that's fair that our response say that because there could be some unexpected hiccups with the process you're describing. But it also, I hope, is helpful to community members to hear the process you're describing because it is taking an active role in addressing that particular challenge, and it has not gone unseen by this county that is a challenge that we have some opportunity to address. So I hope that that's helpful for those listening.
Through the chair, I can also add the reason why we left that so open-ended is because of some of the things that Ms. Gallardo explained. About lack of responsiveness. We have worked or heard from other counties that they've met all the time frames to get information because there's quite a few other counties that are going in this direction because of their concerns. And Cal HR not meeting the timelines to get back to them. And I fully expect for there to be some back and forth. I'm confident in the county's recruitment process. Nothing's perfect, of course. I'm sure there's areas we could do better in for various reasons, but as far as it being a fair merit-based process, I'm confident in that. However, what we've seen in the change in leadership with Cal HR is that they've kind of gone way far and above and beyond like the intent of the law. Our merit system rules actually almost word for word state what a merit system should be, and that's really their box that they're supposed to work within. And so these additional requirements that they put in place, they've essentially made up. They came from somewhere, but when asked for sort of explanation of why it's become so stringent, we're pretty much met with because we said so. So that's really kind of where we hit and said, okay, well then we're gonna have to take this into our own hands. And I will add, as far as workload goes, part of that is looking at how much additional work this would put on human resources, because human resources runs the recruitment process. That's the big piece of this. There's somewhere between child support and DHHS around 80 to 95 recruitments. I anticipate that will actually go up because we move pretty quickly. We're pretty great in HR. We can get things done. So that could go up, but DHHS and child support have agreed to put some funding forward to get an additional position for human resources for that. So it wouldn't just be, we'd have to just take on all of that without additional resource. And that's still being worked out, but that should be coming with the item to your board.
Note that my mic wasn't on. Thank you. Hey. Almost all of these in the findings have at least one sentence, if not a lot more, in response. There's only two that don't. They just say, agree. And one of those is the monthly improvement meetings, that used to be held regularly and haven't been held for some time. And we basically, our response is we agree. And I think we received a letter from Judge Heinrichs that also spoke to this type of communication, I think, at some level in terms of how it could help, having the courts and CWS and everybody talking more regularly about ways to improve the system and stuff. So I'm glad to see that we agree. I know that the pandemic made that difficult on many levels. I appreciate all the detail in here. I didn't see a finding on training specifically. I didn't see one in there. I will say that in my meetings with the tribes, that comes up a lot. And as noted in these findings and the report from the grand jury, there is a much higher percentage of Native children and families involved in this system than any other group in our community, which is very troublesome. I think it's great that we've set up an ad hoc, and we're going to be moving forward with some government-to-government discussions with a number of the tribes, if not all of them, over time. I think that also can go a long way towards helping all of us improve our delivery of services. But training in particular, it comes up a lot, and it's not just that people are trained, but that they absorb the training, that they actually embody the trainings, especially the cultural issues and things like that and stuff. So I just throw that in. It wasn't really in here, but I think it's something we ought to be paying attention to as well. Lastly, I want to say that I think the folks that work in CWS are amazing. I mean, I can't even imagine doing this kind of work and going home at night and not taking it with you, right? I mean, I think we all have that at some level. I know us as board members kind of carry it 24/7 to some degree, but not at the level that these folks are dealing with issues. So I want to thank them for their incredible hard work in this very, very important arena of services for our community. And I want to thank the grand jury too. I think they did an amazing job I'm always impressed by the amount of detail they dig into. And I think the reports come out based on what they were able to find out. And sometimes when we say we disagree, it will often be something that just simply wasn't known necessary by the grand jury, that we're able to provide more detail and information. But these are folks that work for free and do an amazing amount of work to try and help us as a community improve what we're doing. So I want to thank them as well. Any other board comments before we go to public comment? Yes.
So I did want to comment on a different report. So this was the only one that we, it's agendized, for our response, and yet in our agenda, there's also the attachment of the elections integrity report.
Separate one, right.
But these are agendized as the same item. So I just wanted to comment on the report, and I think it's really important that we highlight the integrity of our elections and that the findings were so positive, and that the recommendations are all items that our clerk, recorder, and registrar of voters is saying will be implemented or have already been implemented. And so I hope that gives folks, a lot of confidence moving into the March election and beyond, March of next year and beyond, that, we have robust elections. There are some positive changes happening with the Voters' Choice Act, and any recommendations that were made are in the process of being implemented. And the intent is for those to be implemented in time for our next primary election. So I just wanted to draw attention to that because I thought it was a really positive finding. I know there's been some news coverage of that, but seeing the clerk, recorder, registrar of voters response, just wanted to highlight that it's in here, but it's under an item that sounds like it's primarily about the other report. So if folks want to see those responses, they can.
I'm assuming that you were maybe prepared to do that report next. Is that correct? Or not in the same detail?
Actually, no.
Okay, good.
With that report, your board was not required to produce responses for it. The only individual required to respond was our registrar of voters, and that response was due to the grand jury within 60 days and has already been turned into them.
Okay.
So essentially, that report and the response was included just for informational purposes. We wanted to make sure it was out there publicly, so that way members of the public could see that response, and just to have it acknowledged that it exists. The response have been made, and they're there for anyone who is interested in those.
Well, great. That's a great clarification, and it makes it even more important that you mentioned what you did. So thank you for highlighting that piece. So basically, we have both reports in front of us, but really we're just here to approve the first report. But under public comment, I'm assuming folks could comment on both, and we'll do those together. So any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our Zoom public comments. Is this a public hearing? Do I need to open the hearing? No, it's not specifically. Okay. So in the Zoom, we have 5288. This is your opportunity for comment, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
I always appreciate the grand jury, and I'm sure you do also. Sometimes it sounds like the responses are just about a Shaggy song. It wasn't me, but hopefully we can get some of those things fixed. I did wish to very heartfelt thank you to Supervisor Arroyo for bringing forward what elections and Juan Pablo there is doing. And even though sometimes people perceive the supervisor don't even read the total thing, it would be nice sometimes if you're doing this one and you have it attached. Because I haven't read that part of the packet. They just go ahead and highlight a few things like that, maybe 5 minutes. But I do have total confidence. Juan Pablo has done, I had a working relationship very good with Judy Hedgesmith, who ran it before, and that's carried forward with Juan Pablo. And I think we've always had an exceptional elections department in recent years, and that's, I have total confidence, and I'd like to thank you for bringing that particular part forward to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter, and that's it in our Zoom. So we'll bring it back here to the audience today. If anybody here would like to comment on either of these two reports, please come forward. All right, they're doing a Rochambeau back there, I think.
Well, thank you, Supervisors. My name is Wayne Ventilith, and I am the current president of the Grand Jury Association. And I have 3 minutes to talk to you about 3 subjects. First off, I understand already that there's been discussion on recommendations 1, 2, 3, 8, 12, and 17, and that I would recommend to you that if you do approve all these, that you also ask that those recommendations be updated, I guess is a proper word, I don't know. But they do not meet the instructions of page 29 correctly. And that's important to me because I am going to be, I am the one who shares with the community through social media what the grand jury reports have said and what the respondents have said regarding those reports. So there will be an article published about this report and the responses. Second thing, my wife says I'm sort of negative all the time, but I know most of you in this room, one way or another. You may not know me, but there's opportunity here, and I'm kind of disappointed. I mean, we have a grand jury who spends a lot of time investigating reports, and you were read the responses to the recommendations, and if we were all in this together, I would expect there to be very minimal disagreements. And I would expect that during the course of investigations that the county government would share with the grand jury what is really happening. And you're here too. The only thing one's missing are the court right now. But we all want to do the same thing, but we can't, I don't think the communication has been where it needs to be. So that's my second thing. The third thing.
And I'm giving you more time if you need it too, as well. I want to honor that.
You'll honor that? Okay. Well, the third one is, I can get it out too, if I can pronounce the word, ombudsman. It's interesting. I was involved in the task force that I served 3 years on with Child Welfare Service. And there was a lot of discussion then about it. And what I'm hearing now is the county's going to invest more money in that. And I'm, again, studying that, where it should be and what it should be like. And I'm not opposed to that. But you, as supervisors, have the opportunity to ask the grand jury to investigate that from a public standpoint, where they think it should be. They would do it for free. And you would, you know, even if you chose them as a secondary opportunity, it would give you an opportunity to see what the public thinks. So I'm out of time, but you gave me more.
I gave you more, so you're fine.
So I would encourage you to consider something like that. You know, I would guess that the Child Welfare Services may not necessarily support that. I understand that, but I think that that some wisdom could be gained from that, especially if the report was just provided to the contractor. So a new grand jury is about to take place in the next week or 2 weeks. So that's something that you have the authority to ask them to investigate if you wish. So those are my 3 things. I thank you for the time.
Thank you.
And
thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Richard Bergstresser. I am a current grand jury member. However, I'm speaking today as a private citizen and will only be referencing publicly available documents. First of all, I do appreciate Child Welfare Services and all that they do. My previous career as a police officer with Arcata, I had multiple times to interact with them, and they were, without exception, positive interactions. I have great appreciation. That said, the purpose of the grand jury is not to heap praise. There is praise there, but to find issues that can be improved upon for good government, for good services. Clearly, the issues brought up in this report are historical problems. They've been around for a long time, and while they may have been addressed in one form or another, that they have not been effectively addressed. The understaffing issue has been historical. That's documented in the report and in other publicly available documents. So what they're doing is not working. So there needs to be a new thoughts about how to fix this. We've been doing a lot of talking in here, in the media, about staffing, and I well understand the problems with the budget right now. But at the core of this report is the timely filing of court paperwork so that children and families can get through this horrible process as quickly as possible. The mere fact of being in a family court, having children in foster care, having children with other families, is in and of itself traumatic. At one point in the responses, it was referred to that there is no data to suggest that adverse childhood experiences come from extended court proceedings. I don't know if that data has been sought, and I don't think it's too much of a leap to say that if you're in foster care for an additional 60 days, 120 days, that's not good for the child. So everything that I read in here is pointed towards fixing the court unit. That is the priority of this report. Beyond that, there is talk about streamlining the process between legal counsel on both sides and social workers. I well understand also the statutory requirements and ethical requirements. However, other counties have made this work. Mendocino County is a good case. There is a lot more free communication, and the attorneys and social workers work ethically with a set of checks and balances. Without this free flow of information, it's very likely that things get extended beyond the time they need to be. Also, the very fact of a court unit that receives reports from other folks within CWS and then writes fresh reports to give to the court, and they may have never met or spoken with any of the people involved, does not seem like a very prudent way to go. How can one person synthesize all that happened in a certain case and then pass it along? So details will quite likely be missed. In addition, it takes additional time, considerable additional time. When a court unit is understaffed, it takes all that much more time. This is unusual process to Humboldt County. The majority of counties within our state do not have this extra layer of processing, so hence can streamline things a bit more. Again, I don't want to heap criticism. I want to see improvement. It is in all of our interests to seek improvement, because the traumatized children of today grow up to be parents who are not as functional and hence pass on intergenerational trauma. We need to fix this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anybody else here in the audience today that would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration. Supervisor Bohn?
And I think understaffing has been an issue for 6-8 years. It's been coming up ever since. But it's not just the CWS. There's, even your former employer is paying to get people in there and have taken everybody to go out on patrol. We have local, I think you guys are paying $50,000 to have somebody switch. Same thing over in Reading, not you, Arcata, but they're doing the same thing in Reading and elsewhere because it's hard. And the reason is, as you guys stated very well, these aren't fun jobs. You have to do something that is, it's not, and, on your end of it, there's not a lot of respect. On CWS, yes, but it's, as I think as Supervisor Madrone said, you take so much of it home. I know we're making headway. I was in, numerous meetings up at Sherry Heights starting 4 years ago about this same thing. So as we move forward, and it's a hard process because it's a dysfunctional process because we're dealing with a dysfunctional problem. So it's so much burden coming from so many directions. So as was stated, I think staff does a great job, with the cards they're dealt. But it's just hard to, get a winning hand out of that. And I think they're doing everything they can, and I know how it weighs on staff, the director, and everything else. So we're getting there, and it's, I appreciate the work of the grand jury. It does a great job, but it's a problem area that has a lot of problems to deal with, and that's just a tough balance.
Thank you. And Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. Just a couple of things. One is I just want to appreciate the work that's been done by the grand jury on this. This isn't the first time we've seen a report from the grand jury relevant to this, subject matter. This is kind of a specific slice, but overall, child welfare services has just been it's not just for Humboldt County, everywhere. It's just really challenging and super complicated, and it involves a lot of people with a lot of great intention, but then also a lot of embedded bureaucracy that's created over time based on issues and mistakes that may have been made in the past that we don't even remember anymore. And so I'm just again, just grateful for the folks that continue to review it, as we go. This won't be, I'm sure, the last time that we talk about this issue, but also then with the staff and both at the client level as well as administratively, all working really, really hard and adapting and changing, and not just changing in the institution itself, but then changing in response to what's coming down from the state, with both requirements and funding. So I just think that this is an iterative process, and we are always under stress. And I would say that certainly the stress around finding people to do this work is hard, and so I want to also respond to or make comment just briefly on the elections. We also, this isn't the first elections grand jury report we've received, but I will say that not just that many years ago, our elections office did this transparency project that really vaulted Humboldt County elections to be the leaders in transparency around elections, and I think it's I just have to say, it feels like we're all kind of responding to a manufactured controversy at a national level around elections, which are at almost virtually everywhere secure and well administered, and we should just know this and remember it, and the facts show it. And I think that, and I know that our elections office and our new elections administration is just moving forward with doing even better under the changing circumstances that we have now. So I just want to thank the grand jury for looking into that and coming back and saying, yeah, you guys did a great, we're continuing with that great work, and but again, I had never even for a moment thought that Humboldt County's elections was at risk of not just being well done, but being top notch. And so, thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And I did want to note that our clerk, recorder, and registrar of voters is on Zoom if anyone did have questions. But I just want to comment on this report and thank those of you who came for the grand jury to speak, and for all your work on this. It really is, and these are always a little bit awkward because, I see a mix here in the responses to the findings and the recommendations of things that we agree with, things that we don't agree with, things we partially agree with, and things we're already doing to meet some of these concerns that the grand jury may not have known about, or that can't be, we can't set a realistic time frame on them, but they are in progress. So I think this certainly raises to my attention how important some of these issues are and how complex they are. And this whole conversation about the HR processes has been very informative for me. And, that this isn't my first time hearing about it, but it's nice to have Zach here to kind of articulate that for all of us. And, we also need to show how we are exercising our best possible approach to meeting our statutory obligations. And I think that's reflected in this report as well. And I also, Supervisor Madrone mentioned it, but we are in communication. Our board did receive some communication from one of our judges, and then our CAO has indicated that there will be ongoing communication between the courts and her office, on our board's behalf, to help advance some of the some of the concerns brought up in this report as well. So I really do think these are being taken to heart, and I imagine it could be frustrating to see the response and think, oh, we put so much work into this, and now they're saying we disagree with half the recommendations or whatnot. But I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, and I have really noticed that there are a few of those things that we are working on. So my recommendation would be to have another update on these items in perhaps 6 months or something along those lines, so that we have another opportunity to, and I don't know if 6 months is the right time frame, because I'm specifically thinking of some of the HR questions and some of the communication with the courts, but so that there can be another point where people feel that they have an update on how these the items that are I don't want to say a question mark, but that are a work in progress are going. So that would be, I'm perfectly willing to accept the report as is, but I do think that would be helpful for our community members to hear, and for us to hear.
Okay, thank you for that. CAO Hayes, you had...
If I may just make a suggestion that you accept the report as is with some additional information added to items 1, 2, 3, 8, 12, and 17, which just details what we have done to comply with those recommendations.
Okay, that's a suggestion, and I want to go ahead, Supervisor Arroyo.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, with those additions.
Second.
Okay, and I wanted to give Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters, Director Cervantes a chance to speak if he would like to. Welcome.
Hello, this is my first time participating to Zoom. Can you all hear me?
We can.
I'm at a conference learning about new laws that are coming our way, so I apologize for not being there in person.
Well, no worries. Thanks for being here.
Really, I'm just on here to thank folks, to thank the grand jury for all the diligence they put into the report, to thank Conti, Sean, and the rest of the CAO team for walking me through my first grand jury report. Yeah, they made the process really easy. And yeah, if you all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Director Cervantes? No, I think we got it covered. Thank you. And I will echo what Supervisor Wilson said. I think we have the best top-notch election office in the state of California, if not the country. Folks have a lot of faith and trust in what they do over there. So thank you to all the staff over there for your hard work. In the comments that we received, there was a comment about reporting requirements. I didn't catch the page or the code number or whatever. Did you make note of that comment? Are we okay there? Is there something else we need to be doing to make sure we have that in line?
My proposed addition to Supervisor Arroyo's motion to accept addresses that
Great.
request.
Fantastic. And I see a nod from the audience. Thank you. Good. Well, that takes care of that one. And then on the other ones, the ombudsman, that's in there, talking about how we're going to move forward with that. And then also streamlining reports, processes, and communication with the courts, which was also just spoken to as well. So any further comments from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
I would like to get that report back, and it can be, it can be, I don't want to say informal, because that sounds like it's undermining the importance of it. But I would say once we have some helpful information about where a couple of these items stand with the communication with the courts and some of the HR items, I'd really like to, make sure we get an update. What seems like a reasonable time frame, in which to get that? 6 months, 8 months?
Well, as far as the HR items, I'm hoping you'll see that very soon, and you'll have a big update on that one well before 6 months. So again, we're targeting August 8th to bring the big Alms County conversion forward. Mm-hmm. So I think that should cover most of any HR update.
Okay. All right. That sounds reasonable, and I appreciate you working on that. And it does sound like we have a plan for action with communication with the courts as well. But, I think acknowledging the work and the care that's put into this is, part of what I'm trying to achieve here.
Very good. Supervisor Bohn.
And we have an ombudsman in place, right? And I heard that we've always had an ombudsman in place. Okay, I was confused because we said we're working on it, and we're going to keep the one we got for a while? Okay.
All right, great. So we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have voting tabs? You have another comment? No, you got your tab up, okay. Let's cast our votes.
Okay, great, thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. And again, thank you to the grand jury for all your hard work. And staff, thank you all, and CWS. Okay, and on to the next part of our agenda, which is J1, extension of the urgency ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on the acceptance of permits for short-term rentals, 4/5 vote required. And we have Director Ford here to give us an update.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Apologize for the mic. This is an item.
I'm sorry, and I'm opening the public hearing as well.
Yes, thank you. It's an item to extend the moratorium on short-term rentals. It is an ordinance. The board adopted an ordinance on June 6, 2023 to put prospective short-term rental operators on notice that new short-term rentals started after June 6, 2023 would not be given status as a pre-existing short-term rental in the event that they started after that date. The purpose of this is to discourage people from rushing to initiate short-term rentals during the period when an ordinance is being adopted. The adoption of the moratorium and the extension of the moratorium do not change the way the county is going about treating short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are not legal uses, but from a code enforcement standpoint, we respond to these based upon complaints. The county does receive a consistent flow of complaints on short-term rentals. We've received approximately 34. About 22 of those were received in 2022. In the last month, in the last 5 weeks, we've received 5. So we've received about 1 per week. The nature and the discussion on the short-term rentals and the moratorium has helped people understand that they're actually not permitted uses. That was a surprise to many people. And so it is important that the regulations do get adopted and that we're able to proceed without having to have people arguing about whether or not they're pre-existing or not. So extending the moratorium does not affect any existing operator, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
It doesn't affect any existing operator, but none of them are actually legal at this point anyway.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Comments from the board, Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn.
Thank you for the update. I guess my question is that while they aren't legal, we accept their taxation in TOT fund form. Is that correct or not?
That is correct. And the question that often gets asked is why? And the short answer to that is that land use regulations and tax regulations are 2 separate bodies of law.
Thank you for that. And so while the moratorium from the June 6th, or I guess that's the right date, forward, and you can say it's a different structure, but what happens when we accept their taxation? We're accepting their TOT from June 6 when the moratorium started. Are we going to return that TOT?
Well, it does not, again, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't even change anything for a new operator other than to say if the board ultimately decides when short-term rental ordinance is adopted, presuming that one is adopted, that if there are provisions to honor pre-existing uses, All the moratorium does is says those that began after June 6th are not considered pre-existing.
I understand. So some, just to clarify, we came forward with this moratorium and it happened that day, June 6th. And some folks had already been in the process, which it can be an expensive process if you're updating your home to accommodate an Airbnb, which would have to be furnished and, you know, can be quite expensive. So I'm wondering if we get the ordinance going and someone comes forth that said they had been working on their Airbnb prior to the June 6th date, but it wasn't ready and they have receipts and so forth and so on, are we going to honor that?
Well, the way it's written, no, we wouldn't.
No, we wouldn't.
It's a matter of it being in operation.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, out of the 5 complaints, is there an area they're clustered? Because I'm getting a lot of calls from remote areas and some groups of people wanting to get together saying, you know, they don't have a neighbor close enough that's going to complain. They don't have, you know, I know Incorporated Trinidad is the one we hear from quite a bit. So I imagine the surrounding areas and stuff like that. But I mean, I haven't got I'm having a hard time regulating, you know, this to the effect. I know there's issues. I know I had one in my area that was complaining they put a pop-up tent trailer in the backyard and had people coming in at all hours of the night, and it became an issue with some of the neighbors. But is it becoming, I know you had 5 or 1 a week or something like that. How many are, so if there's a complaint, they're deemed they can't do it anymore?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also understand we've probably got 1,000 buildings out there we tax that aren't permitted, that we, so I understand that. They're getting taxed because they're doing a taxable thing. I understand that, but has this reached the level where we need to have this ordinance and the moratorium going forward in the unincorporated areas? Because I'm not getting I understand the housing issue, and I do, because I'm talking to some of these people. It says, well, we're not gonna, you know, they want to do just what they're doing, but not make it into a full-time rental. So
I understand a couple of the questions there. One is that during the public meeting we did receive comments about rural versus urban, and those are changes that we're looking at making to try to address if there should be some different criteria in the more rural areas versus areas that are really concentrated around the bay, which are more characteristic of neighborhoods. And then areas where maybe the economy is struggling a little bit more, and maybe some more discretion could be allowed to allow them there. We are also preparing a heat map showing where they're at. One of the limitations that we have is that VRBO and the other providers do not provide us addresses when they provide taxes. We don't know who's paying taxes or who's not. We just get a lump sum payment. And so even when we get on the websites, we can't identify specifically where they're at. We can't identify areas. So that being said, those are the first 2 questions. The other thing that you ask is this an issue? And the fact that people complain, there should be some guidelines. You know, all zoning, all laws have to do with abuses at some level, because people have abused their neighbor in some way. And so typically zoning is reactionary, and limitations on short-term rentals are a reaction to people abusing their neighbors. And that's when we get complaints. And so we recently got one where if you were to look on an aerial image, which I did, it's a large lot, it's a big house, but they've got buses going up to it. And so buses full of people going in and out of the place.
Yes.
It is a big place. But the neighbors obviously are, what are you doing to us? This is crazy. And so it's that kind of thing that really we need to put in a box and say, you know, if you want to rent your house out within reason, that's fine. But when you start changing the character of the neighborhood, that's not.
And I think where I want to get is and I know we're reactionary to when something's going wrong, because I've seen us make laws, or not necessarily us, but us too, make a law for one issue, one person, almost one person, or one distinct, that affects everybody. And, you know, if you have one bad apple, you don't throw the whole bushel out. You know, you try to save what you can. I'm just saying, so many of these people are doing it because they like doing it. It's a way they can make some extra income. They don't do it every day. I mean, there's a lot of them limited to 3 days a week or something like that, so they don't have people at their house or at their rental or whatever the case may be all the time. And I'm just saying, I've never got a lot of complaints. I mean, I've had some issues. I've talked to you. We've had some issues, and we address them. I think the way we do this is if we address an issue, they're not paying their taxes, and let them know. Then we can written in that. Then we shut them down for good. There'll be a 2-year penalty box or something. Then they have to come back and ask and give them enough leadway, because basically they are evading their taxes. There's no other way around it, as you said. So, but I just think to do a blanket, as we go forward, and I just don't know are you getting a lot of calls when the moratorium is going to be over? And I guess your difference of a lot to me, a lot. One call a week isn't a lot to me for violations, but I get that many calls on abandoned cars. So, I mean, more so than that. So, and we're spending more time on bringing people and money into the county than actually cleaning it up. So.
Right, but as you also know, and I don't want to be argumentative about this.
You're fine, you can argue
to
with
the
me.
people who are calling, it's gotten to a point where it's not tolerable for them anymore. It's just like the junk house. It's just a really bad situation. And so the best ordinances are written in such a way that they allow what is normal and healthy for most people 95% of the time. But for those few that would actually create an impact, it regulates them. And that's really where we want to get to. It's not to a place where we're putting the screws to everybody, but where we're creating a framework whereby people can operate with confidence, knowing that if they're operating within that, they're in their right. And for the neighborhood, they know that there's a limitation to what can go on.
If somebody comes in now for a permit, do we have to issue it to them? Can we put restrictions on it?
No, there is no permit. They're not legal.
So that's what, okay.
Yeah. You can't get a permit.
So what do we moratorium?
So that's the confusing part. And I get that. It's really just a moratorium on recognizing new STRs that could begin after June 6th in an effort to get in ahead of the ordinance. That's all this does. It doesn't change anything else.
Okay, and I've got Supervisor Wilson in the queue, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Yeah, I think we keep going astray on what the issue is today, what we are voting on, which is a moratorium on new short-term rental, an extension of what exists. I'll just say it, temporary moratorium does not change the ability to operate an already existing STR. It is just to prevent a rush to create new STRs while the county is developing a draft short-term ordinance. Okay. This was done to address an issue that in other jurisdictions where some property owners rush to convert long-term rentals where people are living into STRs before what they perceive is a deadline for potential grandfathering of existing units. And this has, in many cases, caused the displacement of long-term renters, sometimes families with children. And we're trying to avoid that. So if we avoid even one family being displaced by a property owner because they're in the rush to get in under a thing, then we will have done our job. And I can tell you, I have already know of one renter in the Trinidad area, actually not in Trinidad, but in the West Haven area, who was just given their 30-day notice, and what they were told is that they're raising the rent by 3 times in order to meet market rates, and that market rate would only be imaginable under a short-term rental scenario. So it does happen, and we may not, there's no calls necessarily going to the planning department about that, but the point of this is just to try and cool it down while we get through this so that people are not being evicted. We have a housing crisis, and we talk about it a lot, but a lot of it came from the loss of housing, and we are losing housing, and we have lost housing through this mechanism, through short-term rental conversions. It does exist. That housing, it exists, at least certainly I've seen it in my neighborhood a lot, and a lot happens in everywhere else as well, and that housing is getting lost. So we need to do what we can to slow that down so we can get this ordinance done. The other part about that is that this, how do I say this? Is that, we're trying to balance these things. It's like we keep talking about the issues around the neighborhood issues. They will continue. We have to understand that converting residential space into a business is already illegal in a lot of other business sectors as it is. You can't, I'm going to convert my house into a medical office. You can't convert the house into a medical office. You can't convert, so you can't convert it into, there's a whole host of things that you can't do in a residential area that is a business related, and converting housing into a business currently is not allowed. And we're trying to develop an ordinance. I assume that's the goal that we're going to be working on, develop an ordinance that balances the need for vacation services and what has impacts into the community, both from directly to the neighbors, but also housing as an aggregate. This is what we're trying to deal with. And all this does in this moment is try to slow it down so that we're not displacing people in a market where it's almost impossible to find a place to live for a lot of folks. And if in one certain area or there's a couple of people, then that might not be true, then not doing this is doing that specifically for a very small number of people where we're not protecting large amounts of people. And I think that the goal here is to protect what we can, folks that are at risk of being evicted due to this change. And I know many people who've been evicted as part of a short-term rental conversion before this, and what we're just trying to do is, while we're doing this, to put a hold on that. That's the goal here. I don't think there's another more important issue. All of the issues of the details about what the short-term rental ordinance will be is not germane to today's discussion. That's all.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn. Pass.
I'm going to pass to Bohn, please.
Well, thank you for that. What I'm saying is I want to make sure the rural, because I'm hearing there's rentals available in the rural, in southern Humboldt, Petroleum, Atoll. There is housing available. And so some of these, and a rental house, you've got one. Do you consider that a business? Well, you've got a rental. Do you consider it a business? So we've still got a business in there. It's not, it's a residential, but it's being used as a residential use. Somebody's renting it. So clarification, that is a business. I understand. I don't know, and I guess maybe I'm just old and I don't know that. I don't know anybody that's been misplaced. I know there have been people misplaced because you've emphatically said that, it's been misplaced. And a lot of that, I guess it's a business decision, somebody that owns the property, to make it get an ROI on its increased value. I don't know. I can't tell you any reason behind it. I don't think they're doing it to lose money. But with that being said, all I'm saying is I want to have these people in the outlying areas be able to, if they don't have, with the downturn of the seasonal worker and with all the things going on, there is housing available. And, you know, we've gone from, what do we hear, from 12,000 cannabis grows in Humboldt County to 1,500 or 1,600. So there must be housing available somewhere for those people, or, you know, and that's available that was being occupied. So I'm just saying, the areas that aren't having a problem, I'm just saying the blanket, and if we can make sure the rural areas, or they have that vacation rental blanket zone, that's the only thing I'm looking at, is just to make sure we get the whole thing. And the idea we don't have it now, but to stop people from getting something we don't have now seems to be confusing to the public also, because people, you know, are asking about that more so than anything. So.
And then you wanted to follow up, and then I'm going to go to Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I think my one of my issues with the moratorium is that people have started the process previous to, and I understand that you're saying it doesn't change anything for them. They're still going to go ahead and do the illegal Airbnb process, and they're not going to be guaranteed to be grandfathered in. I guess that's would depend on what the ordinance says. And is there, can I ask through the ordinance work on the moratorium, could there be language in that ordinance addressing this moratorium and the qualifications? Would that be appropriate?
There absolutely could be. Yeah, the moratorium's not trying to dispose what decisions on the ordinance are going to be. And as has been stated, I think rather emphatically, that, you know, the rural areas have a different set of needs than the more urbanized areas. And that is something today in the department we're definitely struggling with, is how to try to encapsulate that in a way that is consistent and fair and makes sense.
Okay, so that makes me feel better that maybe we could, with this moratorium, add some language around in the ordinance to address, you know, that makes me feel a lot better. And, you know, my issue is my district's issue, which is the more rural area where the housing right now is abundant and people are struggling to pay their mortgages. And so that makes my stomach calm down just a bit. Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, and I do appreciate this, the language in this that says that this is really about precluding acknowledgement of any short-term rental initiated after June 6th as a possible pre-existing use. So it is possible that once we have a set of guidelines for these, that some people won't be able to meet them, like their place isn't safe, or you know, we come up with some kind of concentration limit that just you know, simply doesn't fit with what's currently out there. I can see some reasons for wanting to know the addresses of these places when it comes to, you know, prevention of wildfire, and there's all kinds of potential reasons why. And I appreciate also that the section 1, the findings and declaration section, talks about also wanting to, you know, prevent conversion of prime farmland into non-agricultural uses. So I think there are some, you know, rural implications as well when it comes to disaster preparedness and, you know, preserving ag and timberland and uses like that, or needs like that in our county that we can address through this as well. And, you know, I think the moratorium is a little confusing for people, and I hope that we can continue to get the word out about what exactly this means. So, you know, people can start doing a non-permitted thing, I suppose, in any way in life, anytime they want, and they just may not, you know, have any, you know, they may be doing something illegal, there may be enforcement consequences, or there may, you know, just not be that vested right. And we're not saying people have a vested right. We're saying it's possible that we'll acknowledge their right, if they can meet the criteria that we come up with, essentially, by doing this. So I'm in favor of it. I actually know several people who've been displaced from units that have then been renovated and turned into vacation rentals. And part of that was that there is a cap under the Tenant Protection Act where you can't raise rents more than 10% or 5% plus the cost of living change, whichever is lower over a 12-month period. And I do think there are some bad actors who are using the opportunity to renovate and then turn something into a vacation rental to get around this, and then setting the market rate whenever that does return to housing on the open market at a much higher rate. And, you know, I think since we're seeing some shortage of housing, there's a financial incentive for that. And, you know, most of that has happened in incorporated cities, but I think that, you know, the vacation rental plays a component in that in some of the instances that I know of, where I personally know people who have lost their housing and are now in very dire straits, and you know, because of their job, can't live in Petrolia or Garberville, or don't choose to. So, because they work here around the Bay. So, you know, I do think looking at it with a lens on, you know, how the circumstances are different in different parts of the county makes a lot of sense. One question I received about this was, you know, it's a 22-month and 15-day extension that's proposed here, or that we're considering. But I'm hopeful that it wouldn't take that long. John, could you speak to what you foresee as this coming back for our board?
Thank you for asking that question, because that I figured that would be troublesome. It is kind of the maximum amount of time. We are right now, we have 2 public meetings scheduled to go back out into the public again. We're going to go down to Southern Humboldt on August 9th. We're going to have a meeting in the greater Eureka area on August 16th. We're looking at having a planning commission workshop the September 7th. And then coming out of that, we'll start public hearings with the planning commission. So presumably by the end of this year, it'll be in front of the Board of Supervisors.
And then does that mean that, say we were to enact something in 7 months, we would then be able to suspend the moratorium should we choose?
I believe the language of the moratorium ends when that ordinance is adopted.
Roger. Okay, thank you.
Great. Good discussion. You know, a quick look at VRBO and Airbnb will show that there's probably a couple thousand units in the county already. I know just in the 95570 zip code, which is West Haven and Trinidad area, there are over 1,200 just there. I absolutely understand what Supervisor Bushnell is talking about in terms of it varies all over the county as to what's actually going on. And in Southern Humboldt and the Mattole, where the cannabis industry has been struggling, there are a lot of units available. And so in that case, it's probably not displacing existing residents. But I can tell you in the West Haven area, it is absolutely displacing many residents. I've had many calls from people that are very desperate. And once they get displaced, they have a very difficult time finding new housing because the market around the Bay Area here and North Humboldt, Trinidad area is pretty saturated in terms of demand. You know, the whole, I appreciate Supervisor Bohn brought up the fact that people build stuff all the time without permits, and then the tax assessor catches it through the annual aerial photo, analysis, and then they get taxed. But in no way does the fact that they're being taxed and paying that tax give them that right. But more often than not, had they built to code and they come in, the worst that typically happens is paying double building fees, typically. But they're granted that permit after the fact, and the fact that they were paying taxes on it or not really doesn't come to bear. As you said, those are two different codes, the tax code and the land use codes and stuff. So that happens in a lot of different arenas. And in no way does it give anybody entitlements per se. But, you know, with housing without permits, it's a lot easier to then just go ahead and pay the double fees, or often it's just the fees. And as long as they built the code, then they're good to go and they get their permit and their house is now legal. With a short-term rental, that's not necessarily the same kind of situation. You may or may not end up getting the short-term rental permit, depending on how the ordinance pans out. And I appreciate what Supervisor Arroyo said about how just because we have this date of June 6th, and if you're starting something after that, you start paying TOT after that, or there are other markers of when you began, which is difficult to ascertain, that doesn't mean you won't get a permit for your short-term rental. Because what it's really going to come down to is the nuances in the ordinance that are going to try and look at caps, for instance, in neighborhoods or things like that. So if you're trying to put one together and there's already 20 out of 30 homes in the neighborhood or short-term rentals, well, maybe the whole place is becoming short-term rentals, the whole neighborhood. I don't know, but there is no guarantees with that. And I actually think this is a good thing for developers because it sort of says, think about your investment carefully, you know, because it may or may not come true that you get the permit. That's also true for people that are already operating. You know, there's no guarantee that they're going to get a short-term rental permit either, for instance, if it is already over impacting the neighborhood, like what happened in Trinidad. And I can say that that's absolutely happening in West Haven, because as Trinidad moved to start controlling their short-term rentals, and they are actually over where they wanted to be. I think they were at like 1/3 of the town, and they wanted to get back down to 25%. As that started to get shut down and controlled, then West Haven exploded. And there are short-term rentals popping up everywhere, and people are absolutely being displaced. And, you know, we've talked a bit about the housing issues. You know, when you're displacing existing residents, that's a huge issue in terms of housing for our community. And I will tell you that one of the big impacts in West Haven and other communities that I'm dealing with in my district with this is the lack of volunteer firefighters, the lack of volunteers to be part of a city council or a planning commission. And as we have less housing and less volunteer firefighters, our ISO ratings go up, and people are already struggling with getting their fire insurance, right, because of these impacts. So there are absolutely impacts happening already from all of this. And I hope that people are listening out there and they get engaged with your workshops and your input and stuff. But what I saw in that first meeting was, over 200 people in the Zoom, and 99.9% of them were short-term rental owners. What we weren't getting in those hearings or meetings, and this is typical, is people that are in neighborhoods that are impacted by these. They're not coming to that meeting. And this happened with the cannabis ordinance too. It was really the cannabis farmers that got engaged with those ordinances, not so much the rest of the community. And I think it's really important to recognize that we can do everything we can to reach out to the communities and stuff, but we're still going to have a real imbalance of the community actually speaking up as compared to somebody who's vested in a short-term rental action or whatever. And I know you know that, and your staff know that, so it's going to be really important that we try to find that balance. And, you know, when we think about caps, it can't be like big watershed caps or whole community caps. It really probably needs to be neighborhood caps to some degree. Now, I am hopeful that in many cases in rural areas, it's not going to have a neighborhood issue. In many, many cases, perhaps in southern Humboldt, that may be the case, although some of them are probably in Redway and in Garberville, but many are probably nearby in the hinterlands and may not have any kind of neighborhood issues. But the one example of out in Glendale that you mentioned, where, you know, buses are hauling people to these events every Friday and Saturday night, and it just exploded, and the neighborhood is just livid over the impacts that are occurring to them. So I look forward to this ordinance being developed and providing folks with guidelines on how we can do this, because it is an important part of our tourism economy, having vacation rentals and the rest. But if we can maximize the benefits of those rentals for the community and minimize the impacts on existing housing and neighborhoods and things like that, I think we'll have been successful at doing what we're trying to do, is find that balance between those two things. So, Supervisor Bohn.
John, what's the difference between an STR and a B&B?
So
Because you can permit a B&B, but not an STR, right?
that is correct. So basically with a B&B, you're renting out bedrooms within a house that's occupied. And some STR ordinances allow that as an STR. And we've been struggling with that.
But not all B&Bs are occupied.
Oh, they all are.
I think
By the renter, but not by the,
well, they've got to be occupied by at least the
manager.
operator, if not the owner.
okay. And then the other one I've got, because, now that we're opening this, and we've talked about 3 or 4 of them, and some are already going, is our farm to fork, our farm stay end of it. I've got quite a few of the farm stay ones, because not as many of the dairy farms have their workers stay on site anymore. They don't want to. You can't make it part of their pay anymore, and so they want to distance themselves. And so a lot of them have done that. They're very successful, actually. They've redone numerous. So that's another one that I would definitely, if it's a farm stay, because then you get to be educational, environmental, and since all our dairies in the Humboldt County are now organic, that becomes a positive environmental showcase. So
we are working on that, most definitely.
But there's some of those in the works right now, and that's where I'm having trouble with the 22 5 months. I know we say 7 months, but we're going to argue about it, and it's going to come back to us 3 or 4 times. And knowing how well we move, 22 months may be sucked up in no time.
There's not to get too technical, but there's a pinhole of a difference that allows farm stays versus short-term rentals in other places. There's a provision of the ordinance that says other uses not specifically enumerated in this code. Since a farm stay, which includes tours of the agricultural related industry, is not defined anywhere else in the ordinance, that can fall under that CUP requirement. Whereas vacation rentals are allowed in the VR zone down in Shelter Cove, so it actually is defined in the code. That's the difference, and that's a very small, esoteric kind of thing.
All right.
And my issue is, usually I do look at everything. I don't say my district or anything else, but I'm not getting this issue, and it's going to close off a lot of people that I've heard from. So I'm having a real problem with it, and I don't know if I vote no, if that, well, I'm only one vote, I'm 20%, but I mean, would that push the moratorium to get done sooner if somebody else does? I mean, I don't know. The ordinance, I mean, to be done.
Either way, there's a lot of, staff feels a lot of pressure to get this done, because we know that this is an important issue for the county. There's a lot of benefit to the economy, to bring tourists in, to give them this level of benefit. There is also a need to protect neighborhoods, to protect housing stock. So there's a real tension that exists, and so from a regulatory standpoint, it's important to resolve that tension. And the regulatory process is hopefully what will accomplish that.
Well, and through the chair, and I know this would be impossible, but to incentivize people that keep their housing in rental, we incentivize and underwrite, and I mean, you take a look at all the housing that's being built by government or underwritten by government with tax credits and everything else. And the other thing is if there's any way we can, obviously if we're having a housing shortage, we need more housing, and if there's any way we can incentivize, and we've been hearing about they want to streamline the process, but we haven't quite embraced that.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Arroyo, did you have final comment? No? Go ahead.
I was going to make the motion, but then I realized that we haven't done comments. So
We have not done public comment. We'll
hold
go
on.
there next. Let's do that. All right, so going to the Zoom, we have one hand up, and that is 5288. Welcome.
I'm going to thank John Ford for clarifying one of my questions, or it was asked by, I believe, Supervisor Arroyo, regarding the time frame. Now, when you look at your alternatives to staff recommendations in here, it goes on about not protecting the public health, safety, and welfare. That's why you're not going to have an alternative. I personally, and this is not even 10, 20%, it's 9%, but I think you have somewhat of a commitment to have this done by the first of the year, and I would support personally, if you're going to do the moratorium at all, that it be for that time period. You go ahead and put the feet to the fire. And of course, you can always issue an extension of the moratorium, I believe, that would fall within that 22. I'd like to see it move quicker rather than slower. I do appreciate the difference between the short-term rental and the other one we had there. I strongly support, and it doesn't take up any other housing. If you have somebody who's an empty nester and they have 4 bedrooms and they rent out the other 2 bedrooms to couples or people and they're on site, that is the perfect scenario. And that should be encouraged to the most it can be. Or if they want to put an ADU on their property that they wouldn't be putting on their otherwise, and still you have on-site management. The main thing is on-site management. And I can guarantee you there's a whole bunch of people around that would rather have a very well-managed one of these facilities rather than having the 2 teenage kids and all their friends that come over and tear the neighborhood up every single weekend, if not during the week. So it's a residential use. If it's managed correctly, it can be done quite well, and it's very profitable. This is, I believe, the future of tourism in Humboldt County, and if most people agree with me on that. They don't want to stay in a motel when they can stay in a nice home, friendly atmosphere with someone who'll show them around. I know the businesses are going to be happy as heck with, hey, Joe's here. He's bringing his people who are staying at his house down to have dinner with us or shop here with us. And that's what happens when you have somebody on site who enjoys working with the people they're renting to. Not like a stuffy motel. Some of these motels we have around here, people, I remember even the stewardess and people on United Airlines said, we don't want to come up here and overnight because we're stuck in a motel down in the middle of Eureka that has a mattress and pillows that seem like they're 30 years old. So I strongly support moving forward as quick as you can, and let's get this one done. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And we have one more hand up in Zoom, and that is 3053. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here, speaking as myself. I'll be a little careful about what I do say and what I don't say. I'm sorry, I will stop investing in STRs in Supervisor Wilson's neighborhood. Unfortunately, since he changed my neighborhood, I went after changing his neighborhood. Actually, that's just a joke. In realness, I've heard a lot of people say different things as far as economic displacement. They're trying to hang on to save property and not lose it. I hear, renters not wanting to be displaced. I hear neighborhoods not liking the traffic or the noise. Whatever the ordinance is, just don't take 3 years to do it. I think it's displacing people on both sides of it right now, and it's really, really unfortunate. And hopefully a good timeline's brought forward. The other thing that I'm hearing in the comments today, it seems like around the Bay kind of issue, rather than probably 5 years ago we had kind of a housing issue in southern Humboldt, and now that housing issue has kind of gone to northern Humboldt a little bit, it sounds like. I don't know if it's legal or possible to maybe let certain rural areas be allowed to have SDRs, and while an ordinance is being developed, maybe that's not legal. I don't know, just throwing out kind of what I'm hearing following the meeting today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And we'll bring it back here to the audience here today. Anybody wish to speak on short-term hauling trucks? Rentals, excuse me. Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson and then Arroyo.
Yeah, I do want to speak to the flexibility of what's being proposed in the moment. I do believe that the staff is working hard to get this done as quickly as possible. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I do also believe that that when we do an ordinance, that whatever the language of this moratorium is, if we decide not to do this moratorium, we could choose to retroactively have a date on this, which would be more confusing than actually having the moratorium now. So I think part of the moratorium is that it creates stability in this space, and so that gives a date so that everyone understands what's happening. Because what could happen is you could do the ordinance and say that, well, the ordinance caps are retroactive only back as far as whatever that date was, June 6th, and we could do it through the ordinance. And that would be, I think, more painful than our current situation. It speaks to sort of the stability issue around getting an ordinance done, which is right now. I had a constituent ask me about, well, someone just complained about my place, and now, I'm getting, I guess, a notice and from the county. And they said, well, this person's not even from here, and they were somewhere, they weren't a neighbor. And I think that part of what the ordinance can do is it actually can limit who can complain, because right now a person could call from Afghanistan, I'll just put it out there, or wherever, and that would initiate an enforcement action. Right? Anyone on the planet can initiate an enforcement action right now, whereas I think the ordinance really limits that. It actually brings better stability into the space. So I think from that perspective, those parameters will be helped with relationship to this. I don't want to distract too much, but I do want to reference the taxation thing. The way taxation generally works, and this has happened in the past, just because an activity, if an activity is legal or illegal, it doesn't matter if you gain money, even if it's illegal. Taxation is required for this and all criminal activities. And I'm not calling this a criminal activity, but what I'm saying is that doesn't really matter. And also in this case, when people are paying TOT to Airbnb, they're paying it to Airbnb. Airbnb hands a sack of money to the county with no data as to where it comes from. So the county has no idea what the connectivity is between when someone thinks they're paying a tax to the county and when we receive it. There is no data that connects those two things. And so that's a very awkward and weird place from which to grant entitlements from, or to even consider granting an entitlement from, because we don't know. That money could be coming from Arkansas, or it could be only a portion of what's being paid. We don't actually know, because we don't have the input data to verify that. And as a matter of fact, the city of Arcata moved away from that entirely and requires Airbnbs or short-term rentals to just pay the city directly and not through those services, so that they can actually do that as part of their permit process. And I'm not saying that's what we're going to do necessarily, but just to understand that there's a pretty big data gap in that space. Just going back to I think the moratorium is simple. It works. It's been done in other jurisdictions to help alleviate an issue that we know we have seen in other spaces, and I believe we will see if we lift this moratorium. And again, I'm just hoping we get past this today. And I appreciate the discussion from everybody, because I think there is. I think Mr. Mulder said it correctly, that there is a balance that we're trying to figure out in all of that. So,
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Well, I'm prepared to make the motion in a moment, but I just, want to acknowledge, there's all manner of types of these, and we're not here to talk about like all of the different ways that they function, or the different problems, or the different reasons why they are good or bad or challenging. And I appreciate the conversation. I think it'll be much more robust when this item comes back and it's actually about our short-term rental provisions. But recognizing that this is really just about the moratorium, which ironically, it's saying like we might give people a right of having this pre-existing thing. In a way, it's almost like, it's being interpreted as something that's very negative, and I get how moratorium might convey that, but in a way, we're saying like this might give you a leg up if you already had one of these, when no other way of approaching it would have necessarily outlined that this far in advance before we even have something coming forward. When it comes to the regulations. But anyway, I will move to adopt the interim urgency ordinance as written.
And I will second and comment that at the very least, these conversations are signaling and advertising that we're having this conversation and that people should come and be part of it. So I do appreciate that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to close the public hearing. Probably should have done it a little before that, but at any rate, we've closed it. I have a quick question. I thought that when people are paying the TOT, they get a form from our tax collector to do that. Now, I recognize that they're paying to the VRBO or the Airbnb, but don't they also have a form they take out with the tax collector?
Only if they're paying the taxes directly.
So some people
Some
get the
people pay
form
directly.
and pay directly. We have the data on that, but that's a small portion of the total.
So people have the data. They get a report from Airbnb, and they know where their taxation's going.
sure.
It's voluntary. The TOT through the Airbnb or BBRO site is voluntary.
Right,
But while we don't receive the data is accessible if we want to get it.
Yeah, well.
Through the
well,
people. People are going to come forward
Through the
with
individuals,
their...
yes. And so I'm just curious how you're going to do the heat maps before you get that data.
By area.
By what?
Area. We're not going to do it by address, we're going to do it by area. So like when they're advertised,
code.
it'll say zip code or West Haven or something like that. And so that'll be a circle that will get increasingly larger as the number increases within that area.
So by zip code, basically. And so like 95570 includes the city of Trinidad as well as all the surrounding unincorporated area.
We're going to, yes, yeah.
So-
There will be some limitations in the data.
Although you might have the total data for 95570, and then you can get the data from Trinidad to separate out that piece. At any rate, that sounds like an interesting process. Supervisor Bohn?
And John, did you said you estimated there was a 2,000?
I did. I said that. John said 1,000 or more originally last
I mean,
month.
in the county, right?
I think the number we're confident in right now is 700 within the unincorporated area of the county.
But we have 1,200.
In 95570.
We have 1,200 in that area, which, and if you take Trinidad, every house in Trinidad, because isn't there like 320 struck? There's even less than that.
Yeah, there's like 50 in Trinidad, so there's...
So there's 1,150
Right.
in the West Haven, I imagine that goes
Big
down to
Lagoon.
Big Lagoon and everything else.
Right.
And we only have,
Moonstone.
this is the problem I'm having, because we have people, it seems so focused in one area, and I'm sympathetic to that, trust me. But, I mean, should we be doing the moratorium on, because I'm having a hard time, because I haven't had any of my people, I've had more people call me about, they're getting into it, I've got an empty structure I'm fixing up, things like that. I haven't had anybody call saying they're having an issue. And, as far as the Glendale one with the buses, it sounds like they're violating event gatherings rather than, I mean, that we have a limit on gatherings. And that's what we should,
They're also advertised on VRBO.
yeah. But I'm just saying, it's also a gathering when it hits a certain number, and that would be a code violation along those routes. So I'm just worried that we're pushing this for a few, and I don't want to,
I think one of the things that we're working on, I wish I had the numbers for you today, I don't, but is that we for ourselves want to try to determine what the actual number is in the county, because it varies widely. And some estimates are extremely high and some estimates are not. If it's much higher than we think it is, then we really need to know and understand that. And that's part of why we're working to get that information.
well, and we were I believe one of the first counties with John Bartholomew to start getting something out of VRBO, and it all came from Wendy Listina, and Ferndale was actually saving up and pushing it because she'd heard of another county that was doing it, and she thought that, you know, she wanted to pay her fair share, which I always thank her for stepping up. But that gave John a lot of the ammunition to go out and get what we're getting. So, and that's going to be your pre-existing, because they do get receipts how much they paid in, and they can say they've been paying, but unless they have that receipt is going to be a pre-existing also. So, I'm just having an issue with when the issue doesn't seem to be happening. You know, I'm voted in a district. I represent the county, but it just hasn't been an issue in my. It sounds like you've got it all.
Well, I think that
Majority.
having a moratorium actually benefits everybody in the sense that if you do have pre-existing, it gives you the sense that if we're going to base it on pre-existing, that they might be in the running to be able to get a permit. If you don't have pre-existing, it helps you think about the investment you're making, and that it is probably a little bit riskier if you're not pre-existing. But again, depending on where you're proposing it, it may not be a problem whatsoever. So that's clearly, as was said by others, not a dividing line or whatever. I mean, we did this with cannabis. With cannabis, we had two ordinances. The first one, 1.0, was all about pre-existing, you know, and then 2.0 was different and stuff. So, yeah, you were the only one.
I was the only one.
Well, yeah, Mike was there at the end of it, but at any rate, I think it's good to give some clarity out there, and if we don't do this here today, I think what we're doing is kind of allowing wide open, willy-nilly investments to occur, and then people are going to argue that, well, you didn't have a moratorium, and I made this investment, and you can't take it away from me. So we're going to get those arguments as well. This is a nice, clean line that gives everybody at least a sense. None of it's legal at all, but don't be rushing to make these investments until you can see what the guidelines are and whether or not it's a sound investment or not. It seems like a responsible and sound thing to do, but we're all going to have different opinions on that. So we've had a good discussion. Let's go ahead and bring it to a vote. Give him a minute. We're good. Just take a deep breath.
Michelle's no confidence in you.
No confidence.
Yeah, right on. Me either.
There you go. No, I'm down now. I'm gonna beat it.
Nice. Go Bohn. All right.
Okay, thank you. The motion fails 3-2.
Okay. Well, we had a lively discussion, so I guess we don't need to do anything different. I know it failed because of 4/5 that handles the issue, County Council. We don't need to do a new vote of any kind.
I just want to
hang on.
This was an extension, so what date did it expire on?
I feel as though we should probably have an affirmative vote.
I know you talk about that at times, yeah. And
In
this
which
was not one, even though it was 3-2.
Right. I believe that it's cleaner to have an affirmative vote in disfavor of extending the moratorium or adopting the ordinance in this situation.
Well, that would take 4/5, and I'm not sure we're going to get an affirmative vote the other direction. It'll be 2-3.
Actually, I don't think you need a 4/5
No, you
vote
don't.
to affirm that you can't get to a 4/5 vote.
Yeah.
If that makes
Understood.
any sense.
It does make sense.
I'm going to just put out there that, again, that when the ordinance comes, the date at which it is, the parameters are enacted will be something that we will have to discuss then. And so I don't want people to believe that we've just released all the reins on everything. And I don't want people to be surprised about that conversation when we have it. That's all.
John, do you see increased staff work in not having this moratorium in place?
No, this is not an issue for staff.
Okay. Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Well, we are being asked to do an affirmative vote, but we may not have an interest in doing that. And if that's the case, then we've got muddy water. But no big deal, I guess. Okay.
Well, how about this? I'll make a motion that we deny the moratorium, but affirm the board's intention to maintain a June 6th date for, how would you describe this? So it's
For the
not-
pre-existing,
The
existing.
date at which a pre-existing short-term rental would be established.
Yep. So we're denying the moratorium, but affirming that the board has an intention to maintain the date. I'll just have you say it again because I'm my brain's
Before you
mush.
work on a motion, though.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So when the ordinance comes, Director Ford, is it a majority or 4/5?
Majority,
Even with a date like that on it?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so you want to read the motion back to us, John, when you get a second?
I think the motion is to deny the moratorium extension, but affirm the board's intention to maintain June 6, 2023 as the date by which pre-existing uses will be established.
And if I understand it correctly, this only requires a majority vote,
Correct.
because it's not an ordinance or a extension of a moratorium on an ordinance.
You know, probably want to talk to legal counsel about this, but we're presupposing something that's going to happen in the ordinance, and that's not on the agenda.
Can I ask John a question?
Okay, hang on, let's get council's feedback, and then I'll bring it to you.
I would agree that we haven't agendized the issue of making June 6th the date that will be in the ordinance itself. Now that is, I think there can be direction as to, from the board to staff, that they would like the ordinance to be drafted that way if possible, but I don't think that it's appropriate to take an action requiring that at this point, because it will be voted on when the ordinance actually comes to the board.
Well, we're having this discussion because we didn't get an affirmative. So really, it's still open hearing. So it's.
I close the hearing, but it's still an open discussion.
Well, we're still asking for direction and an affirmative vote. So I think that we can do this then to I guess deny the moratorium, but give direction to staff to apply
An appropriate.
this to the draft ordinance to be brought before the board. So it's got to make it through the process to get to us. Yeah.
I'll
So-
still second that.
Okay. So what I understand it being is that it's a motion to deny the moratorium extension with board direction to identify a date by which pre-existing short-term rentals are established as being June 6, 2023.
That sounds great.
Can I
Okay.
say possible pre-existing, because that's what's in here? That was what was in the moratorium, and I do feel like that it should be clear to people that they don't just automatically become a legal conforming use.
So the word possible added to that. And I'm going to go to Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
So by adding that, that's just like quasi extending the moratorium in a roundabout way. So circumvent the process to get to because I thought that date was the date we were going to run by anyway, but I mean, I'm looking at county council on this, so that we're doing an end around And so,
The draft ordinance will be brought to the board for approval. It does not need to be, it may have the June 6th date in it, but that doesn't mean that the board would have to approve it with the June 6th date.
so
Yeah, I know it feels funny, but, that's why we have a voting process. Well, majorities, technicalities, at any rate, well, I'm sure we all feel that about many things that happen up here. Supervisor Bushnell, you had comments? You good?
I'm going to pass.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Arroyo and then Wilson.
I hope it's not perceived by the public as a nefarious thing. My hope is that it's clear that we would like to set a date when we do have the ordinance come before us, by which we separate pre-existing uses from non-pre-existing uses, and that there's interest in using that as the date. Whether that is ultimately what we vote on, we don't know because we haven't entertained the ordinance yet. But I can see how that would actually be of a benefit to people to know that in advance, and to know that, that is a desired possible date. So I think it's a signal to people to not assume an entitlement.
Supervisor Wilson?
I agree with that entirely. I think it actually stabilizes things. It shows the majority's intent, and I think that is a good and valuable thing to do. So,
Supervisor Bushnell.
How do you get an entitlement on something that's illegal anyways?
There is no entitlement on it.
So all of this is not even necessary because it's not legal to have an Airbnb or a short-term rental. I say that to every constituent that calls me. There is no process. And so from the very time we voted from this last time, this bothers me. There isn't an entitlement granted to anyone right now. It's not a legal process.
If I could help perhaps explain.
Yes, Director.
Some of that. There are other jurisdictions throughout the state that have done something very similar to what Humboldt County did with the cannabis ordinance, and identified that uses that were pre-existing, that were existing at the time of adoption or prior to a certain date, those would be acknowledged and would have the first opportunity to be permitted. Currently, in discussions we're having with the public is bringing that up, and they are getting in line, wanting to have that process established.
So thank you for that. However, I know that's the discussion that I attended that meeting online as well, and that's the discussion. And I can tell you some of the fears from my constituents, and this is no dig on anybody, but is the cannabis process that people feel hasn't worked out very well. And in those discussions, Director Ford, in that one meeting, that's all we've had is one meeting, what was your response to that? We've heard you?
Yeah.
Or would it be, is there a process? I can imagine first come, first serve on permits.
Well, part of the struggle, frankly, with the cannabis ordinance that nobody could have foreseen is that the county was sued. There was a settlement agreement. This was with 1.0, not 2.0. 2.0 repeated this. But part of the settlement put a sunset date on which applications could be accepted. So we made a decision so as to not exclude people from being able to get into the process of accepting incomplete applications. We accepted 2,300 incomplete applications that probably haven't been accepted as a planning application. I'm being flippant here, forgive me, but since like 1950. There was really a rudimentary site plan, an application form, and the filing fee, and that's really all it was. And it took a long time to help people even begin to understand what it was that needed to be submitted, and the consultants in the community were not equipped to deal with that. If I could just make one more point. short-term rentals will not be the same kind of permitting as with cannabis. It's not nearly as complicated. There's not nearly the number of things that need to be checked off. It's really, I'm going to do this, I'm going to comply with the requirements, and that's one of the things we're working on right now, and we're probably getting a little bit close to talking about the ordinance too much, but is really, if people come in and they comply with the prescriptive requirements, we're done. I mean, if they're going to do that, that's really what we want.
Okay, but we're tying a motion to an ordinance that we're not talking about that isn't on the agenda. So
Yeah.
thank you for that answer.
And so could I just add one more thing in too? And I know that the motion is very uncomfortable, but I also want to make it really clear that neither the board nor the planning commission, you've given direction to the staff, but neither the board nor the planning commission are tied to that motion.
Right, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and cast our votes. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn? No. Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3 to 2, sorry.
Okay, well, sometimes we have split votes, right? But when we do, we're supposed to follow the majority's vote once it's been established as a board initiative. And now we have one more item left on the agenda, and that is item number 2, amendments to the solid waste collection franchise agreements and solid waste container site and transfer station agreements for fiscal year 23-24. And I believe Director Mattson is going to present this to us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Madrone, members of the board. Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. Annually, we review the rates per our franchise agreements and our container and transfer station agreements. We have a very strict formula for increases for every year. If they're below 8%, I can sign off on them at the department level. But unfortunately, this year, they're all above 8% due to significant cost CPI factors that are used in the calculations. Now, we have the hauler provide a calculation of what they believe the rate increase should be. We provide that calculation separately to ourselves. We have a third-party government. This year it was HWMA look at and provide their calculation and make sure all three are calculating the same way. And then this year, of course, with our significant increases and our early discussions on SB 1383, we did bring in a rate consultant who sat down and went through Recology's books in very good detail, and he also agreed with the current rate adjustment recommendation. Now, this does not institute SB 1383. That will be down the line. However, we are working to get there, but due to the significant CPIs over the last year, I mean, you all probably read the paper the other day where the CPI suddenly started to finally ease up. But over the year, they were huge, especially again for diesel fuel. And so we believe these are the correct adjustments that should be made. I know it's a hard call to make with everybody's bills going up, but this is what our contract says, and their costs have risen, and it is a very strict formula. It's not pulled out of the air or I want this or I want that. It's a very strict formula based on national cost factors.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to open the public hearing and see if there's any questions, clarifications from the board. Supervisor Wilson, Bohn, and then Wilson.
Tom, I noticed Humboldt Sanitation and then Recology on the fuel costs, there was a 5% difference.
They both have different years or months that they go by. So if you're doing a CPI,
they're paying the same price. That's
it's just a different month calculation.
It's just a different month they classified. So I can't remember who was at 16 and who was at 20, but the 16, do they want to change their month? No, I'm just.
Supervisor Wilson.
I just think this is one of those times that we didn't really. I mean, I feel like we really don't have a choice if we're gonna pay for these services and have them be paid for and have the system function, and it's added to the list of increased costs, and yeah, I mean, like we've said before, we do these wage hikes, and it gets eaten up by inflation, and here's another example. But I appreciate you, keeping up with this, and I'm glad we have these services, and being in places where these services don't exist, even at any cost, it doesn't look good. It's not pretty. So, thanks.
And are all the service agreements updated at the same time? Is that a couple of years out?
We're working on, for the SB 1383 will be in our mind, a brand new franchise agreement, because it's going to have some major changes, major equipment purchases that need to be amortized over longer term than this current franchise is, and we are in those negotiations. Frankly, we're working jointly with all the cities, trying to make all of our agreements very similar so that the haulers are operating similarly in and out of the cities. Everybody will have their minor differences based on what they really want, but we want to try to set an example that we have, solid, strong franchise agreements. So when, if we decide to bid out in the future or anything else, we're not looking at, as we have now, 8 completely different agencies with completely different types of agreements. And, SB 1383 is a lot of regulatory items are going to happen at that, and it's going to be a deep dive into that ordinance, and it will be in my mind, significantly different than what we have in front of us as our current franchise agreements.
Okay, thank you for that. I know I do get a lot of senior citizens that wish there was just one more size smaller bin. There's the kind of medium bins, and then the larger ones up in my area with Humboldt Sanitation. But there are a lot of seniors that barely fill 1 can per month, and it just gets kind of complicated there. I've also talked at times about I wish we had the funds. I know we don't, but I wish we had the funds to make all dumping free. Because I think actually we spend a lot more money on cleanup and environmental damage from all the illegal dumping that happens, because as rates keep going up, there are a lot of people that just simply can't afford to deal with it. But that's a deep discussion that I look forward to having. And then, of course, with 1383, there are a lot of people concerned that they're already composting and they don't want to have to be charged. And we've talked about that at HWMA, and you and I have talked about that, Tom, as well. So new things on the horizon moving forward, and I know a lot of other people are concerned that, they put all their recycling into the separate bin, but it just goes in with the solid waste once it gets to the thing, because at Humboldt Sanitation, there's no separation happening anymore, for instance, I don't believe, of those materials.
I'll have to follow up on that because they're charging a separate rate for it.
When I go to the facility, there's green waste and there's dumping, and there's e-waste, but there's nobody separating out the stuff that goes into. In Humboldt Sanitation's area, there's the brown bin, really big one, not blue. It's kind of the opposite
they're
of colors.
backwards, yes.
But it's the big brown one, and that's where you put all your cardboard and your recycling. I don't know that that's being separated, so that.
Well, I would assume then that they're losing a lot of money, because you pay a lot more for the garbage than you do for the recycling. So if you're putting all of your garbage in the recycling, you're cheating the system. And if Linda Weiss is here, she can tell you what they do to go through and make sure that their recycling is clean as can be. And they have a big problem with contamination. But again, it comes down to, if Humboldt Sanitation is, I'll have to follow up on that, because financially, I can't believe they would do something like that, because that's losing you.
I could be in error. It's just an observation when I go there. But yeah, it would be nice. I mean, the pandemic caused a lot of changes in all of this stuff, and it would be good to review what's actually going on out there.
Yeah, so we know we've been having contamination issues as people have downsized, and wish cycling, putting things in the recycling that technically they're not recyclable, and then that becomes a contamination problem, and that's a cost issue.
Right, and a lot of the plastics that used to be recyclable, the 2s, 3s, and whatever else, China stopped taking all that stuff, so it's no longer, but it still goes into that one bin, right, technically speaking. So anybody else with any other comments, questions? All right, we'll go to Supervisor Bohn.
And we've talked about as the rates go up, and I mean, we spend, millions of, probably $1 million or more to pick up the garbage alongside the road. We probably spend $40 million disposing of waste by the time we get it collected and everything else and then trucked, to Dry Creek. With that being said, we are going to have to look at something internally to enforce illegal dumping. I mean, Recology, I know in my area, they pick up the greater Eureka area, and I'm not sure what the boundaries are, but Ms. Wise they pick up one large item a year. You have that's in your, a lot of people aren't aware of that. A lot of people aren't aware of that. Mattresses still free?
So several days a week.
Yeah.
But they're still free.
Depending where you go.
Conditions, but it drives me nuts. I saw 2 mattresses. I pick mattresses up on a basis and just take them in because they're free. But we're going to have to do follow-up either and look for that return envelope or anything else and start making an example of illegal dumping, because that's the only way you can stop it. Because if there's no risk versus reward, there's no reason not to drive out all these places on a dark area and just dump and go. So we have to make an example and a consistent example and enforce it. And we're going to need to work with the sheriff and Public Works, because Tom hears from me, he gets pictures from me on a weekly basis of trash all over.
So I sit on the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee for Cal Recycle, and there is legislation moving forward, especially with technology to catch illegal dumpers and how to use the cameras and the laws behind them that say you can prosecute them with those kinds of things. And I think really that's one thing that's one place we really need to go, because we don't have the people out there all the time. It's very difficult there's a county that has a law that says basically the way it operates up here, if your name is in it, you can always say, well, I paid somebody to haul it. Well, there's another location in California that's adopted a law that we need to look at that says whoever's name is on it is co-responsible. And so they automatically go after that, and then those people are more than likely either to pony up and say who's doing that illegal hauling, or they're going to admit they did it themselves. But that's something that we could look at to help our ordinance, improve our ordinance.
Right. Well, there is one county that doesn't charge for dumping, only one out of 58, and that's Kern County, I believe, and they apparently do not have any kind of serious illegal dumping problems. I agree, it could cost a fortune to actually cover it. I just, the dumping is increasing again, which is why Clean California, created its program to come in and deal with this backlog of illegal dumping all over the community. And I want to give a shout out to Caltrans for that program, and for the people, Julia Peterson and others that have been working with the counties and other providers around the county to do some amazing cleanup efforts and cooperation with our haulers and others. So, yeah. Supervisor Bohn?
I think Kern, and I think like this, and I'm not sure how the city of Eureka does it, it's on your property tax, isn't it? Because they've got mandatory garbage. So, and I think if you don't get it, they put it on your property tax, is that?
And then Trinity puts it on your parcel tax.
Yeah. And that's how Kern County, I believe, does it. They put it on their parcel tax. They don't do it for free. You're paying for it.
Yeah.
But, it's stretched out so you can do it that way. I don't know how you do it. I know some people are bigger generators than others. But the other thing is, I always tell everybody when it gets too high, call Recology or your carrier, and they will work with you to get you I did it a few times went to the President's house with Mike a couple times and got things taken care of. But I've always said this, it's getting harder to say now, it's getting higher and higher, but I've always said, when you come in for a rate increase, bring 6 of your guys up in uniform, put out a blue tarp and give me a month's worth of garbage and say, for $40 a month, you want me to come to your house once a week, not wake you up, not make any noise, get rid of this and cradle to grave it so it's never a bother again. And basically, that's your most disgusting things you don't want any longer. And then all of a sudden it becomes a bargain, but.
All right, let's do public comment and go to the Zoom. I've got 5288. Welcome.
Before I get going here, I just wish to make a comment. The last action you took was totally illegal. You might want to have a staff check on that and bring that forward next meeting. I was wondering, I didn't see Tom's Trash in here, and that's, of course, the Willow Creek area. Maybe they have a separate contract. I'm just asking if they're still in existence or have been swallowed up by Recology, like many other ones. The public should have a right to know that the rate increase in the Blue Lake area, which is where I'm from, is going from 39.63 per month to 45.23 per month. And I don't know how many of you people deal with how we do things in the rural thing a little bit, not necessarily in town, but we're probably headed that direction, is that you basically take very good care of your trash. Maybe once every 2 weeks, a person who has a trailer will come by. You make arrangement to pay for his gas and time to go to town. And I was very pleased to see that if I'm reading this right, the Humboldt Waste Management is increasing their $170.41 per ton by an increase of $1. Well, this is starting to make this self-haul or group haul very feasible for people to do. Highly recommend you look into that. And of course, doing the recycling's basically been totally shit canned because of what's happened out there with China, acknowledged, but also because of the Cal Recycle thing of throwing us all under the bus on that one. So down in Mexico, it's all free. Garbage is free in the towns I'm in down there. They find a way to make that work. And then, of course, secondarily you have all kinds of people, and we call them dumpster divers or whatever, but they go through there, they do the recycling. Anything they get money is pulled out. So that's basically done by people who make their living. Much more functional down there. So that is a question, whatever happened to Tom's Trash? Hope they're still in existence. And they did both the Willow Creek area and Salyer out there years ago, and I strongly always supported them in their contracts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and that's my advice as far as the future of garbage disposal. As the price goes up, we need to look to other alternatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter, and a response?
Yes, Tom's Trash still exists. That's actually a Recology franchise area. It used to be Ill River's franchise area, and Tom's Trash subbed under them after Tom's lost the franchise. And as the purchase of Ill River by Recology, they have inherited it, and so they sub out the work up there to Tom's Trash.
They no longer do recycling, but I believe Hambro's started to set something up in Willow Creek.
Hambro is operating out of Willow Creek, and I'm pretty sure he started in Redway or is getting ready to start in Redway.
Yeah.
But it's a couple of days a week, and yes, Hambro's been very, very successful so far. And they're in Fortuna, Arcata, Willow Creek, and now Redway.
That's
so
great.
They're going to try to cover the entire county.
Well, thanks to Hambro for that. Okay, any persons here today wish to comment? Come forward. And seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for deliberation or a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Bohn and seconded by Supervisor Wilson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell? And Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Hang on, before we adjourn, Supervisor Walton?
Well, breaking protocol, I think the board would all agree. I think we'd like to give our full best wishes and heartfelt for Kathy Hayes and the Miranda family and the Fairbairn family. There was 2 losses, and there will be a service, but I just thought it was our clerk of the board, Kathy Hayes, is very supportive and lost her sister and her sister's husband all in a matter of a 10-day span. So I know it's not on the agenda, but we break protocol for special things. So
that's right.
Anyway, Kathy, we're thinking of you.
Thank you for that.
And the Miranda family and the Fairbairn family.
Absolutely. Prayers and thoughts to them. Thank you for that, and that is exactly why we break protocol. With that, we are adjourned.